focused event under the Sharm el-Sheikh Mitigation, Ambition and Implementation Work Program. So my name is Angela Churiak-Alhauge from the Environmental Defense Fund, basically co-chairing on behalf of the developed countries, and my colleague will introduce himself.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Gao Xiang. I come from the National Center for Climate Change Strategy and International Cooperation from China, and I'm nominated as a co-chair by developing countries.
Okay. So this event takes place here at the Expo Center, Yeosu, in a hybrid format. I want to thank all of you who have taken the time to join us, both in person and also those who are online for this very important event. The Global Dialogue today and tomorrow aims to facilitate a focused exchange of views, information, and ideas, as well as the active participation of an interaction between parties and relevant non-party stakeholders. We thank the high-level champions and their teams for their support to invite non-party stakeholders to these dialogues. Now, given that we are running behind time, and without further ado, I would like to welcome our distinguished speakers. So please join me in welcoming Elif Pinar Polat of the incoming COP31 presidency, that's Turkey, for the welcome remarks. Over to you, Elif.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to this important dialogue here in Yeosu. I would like to thank the Republic of Korea for warm hospitality, and thank you to UNFCCC Secretariat and the co-chairs of the Mitigation Work Program for bringing us together. And I would like to also acknowledge our COP31 partners, Australia. We are working in close collaboration, and this partnership will be essential in delivering a COP31 that is practical, inclusive, and focused on result. Colleagues, we are in important global transition. This moment brings both challenges and opportunities. Our focus now is on delivering concrete results together. COP31 will place a strong emphasis on implementation. Today, we are under the Mitigation Work Program to share experience and advance discussions, particularly on industrial transformation. Green industrialization is becoming a central pillar of the climate action. Industry is responsible for a significant share of global emissions, particularly in hard-to-abate sectors. The transformation remains especially complex. At the same time, industrial development remains essential for the economical growth. As a COP31 presidency, Turkey will lead action agenda with a strong focus on pragmatic implementation. Green industrialization is already one of the central pillars of our global agenda. We aim to strengthen international collaboration, support country-driven transformation efforts, and improve access to finance, to technology, and markets. In Turkey, we are taking concrete steps in this direction. We are developing sectoral low-carbon roadmaps and advancing decarbonization across the key industries, cement, iron, steel sectors, which together account for more than half of our industrial emissions, remains at the core of our decarbonization efforts. To support this information, we are advancing initiatives such as Turkey Industrial Decarbonization Investment Platform, which aims to mobilize international finance and develop bankable projects. At the same time, we are focusing on energy efficiency and electrification, while also exploring solutions such as hydrogen and carbon capture, with a careful attention to technical and economical feasibility. However, no country can achieve transformation alone. This requires strong global cooperation. Many countries face similar challenges, particularly in access to finance and technology. This underlines the importance of the cooperation and coalition for implementation. Dear colleagues, hosting COP31 is not just an organizational role for Turkey. It's a global responsibility. Because Turkey is not only a country, we are a bridge. We are at the heart of the Mediterranean, one of the regions most vulnerable to climate change. we experience wildfires, water stress, and extreme heat. We live this crisis on the ground. At the same time, we understand different regions and the perspectives across Asia, Africa, and the Pacific. We can engage with developed countries while also understanding the realities of developing economies. The unique position allows us to build dialogue, strengthen trust, and bring countries together to deliver shared solutions. As a COP31 host, Turkey takes this role with a strong sense of responsibility. Our priority to ensure a fair and transparent process to reflect the needs of all parties. Our vision for COP is clear: dialogue, consensus, and action. We see the COP31 as a future COP, focused on implementation. Distinguished colleagues, over the next 3 days, discussion under the mitigation work program will contribute to our collective understanding. As a presidency, Turkey and Australia, we are here to listen, to engage, to work together with all parties. Let me conclude with a simple message. Our goal is clear: to move forward together, to strengthen cooperation, and deliver a fair and inclusive transition. We look forward to working with you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elif. And we also do look forward to working with you through this year in the lead up to COP31. I'd now like to invite Ingrid Lundberg from the incoming Presidency of Negotiations at Australia also to give us some opening remarks. Ingrid, you have the floor.
Thanks very much, Angela, and thank you, Elif. Distinguished delegates and partners, it's a pleasure to join you here in beautiful Yeosu. I'd like to begin by extending my thanks to our hosts, the Republic of Korea, to the UNFCCC Secretariat, thank you, and to the co-chairs of the Mitigation Work Programme, Angela and Gao, for the excellent work in organising this dialogue and for getting everyone here today for the next 3 days for this great conversation. As is our practice in Australia, I'll start by acknowledging Australia's First Nations people, whose connection to land, waters and seas and thousands of generations of care of country strengthens our commitment to custodianship. I'd like to extend that acknowledgement to Indigenous peoples all over the world and here with us today. Partnership is a really important part of this year, and COP31 will be delivered through a unique partnership. I'd like to acknowledge our COP31 partner, Turkey, and it's an honour to be speaking alongside you, Elif, today, and to be working closely with Turkey. We're also working closely and in partnership with the Pacific to deliver COP31 through this unique combination of partnership. And as COP31 President of Negotiations, we are committed to transparency, to inclusivity, and to predictability. We will work alongside our partners to deliver a COP and a pre-COP in Fiji that delivers on our shared ambitions, demonstrates that multilateralism and global climate cooperation is alive and well, and strengthens global solidarity amid unprecedented challenges to energy supply. As Elif said, dialogue, consensus, and crucially action will anchor our approach this year. To turn to the focus of this dialogue, the science is clear about the immense risks of exceeding 1.5 degrees. Our efforts to keep 1.5 degrees within reach are essential if we are to secure a safe and sustainable future for the world and its people, and particularly for the most vulnerable countries. We know the challenges. Despite global progress, significant gaps remain to keep 1.5 degrees within reach. But there are opportunities as well. Mature and affordable technologies are available now to make progress. For instance, in Australia, solar panel efficiency has doubled in the last decade, and since 2010, the price per watt of energy has come down by 2/3. The current crisis is a powerful demonstration of the broad, cross-cutting benefits of the transition and the need to make progress now. The industry sector is responsible for about a quarter of global carbon emissions from energy systems. Near-term progress is possible by enhancing energy efficiency, electrification, and the uptake of renewables, among other readily available and affordable mitigation strategies. In Australia, electrification combined with widespread deployment of renewables is seen as the primary pathway for decarbonising our industries in the near and medium term. This includes heat pumps to replace gas heating, electric boilers, and electric smelting furnaces. In the longer term, we are focused on trialling and commercialising new technologies to reduce emissions in hard-to-abate sectors. For example, scaling up and building out the infrastructure, supply chains, and workforce for alternative inputs like hydrogen and sustainable fuels. And to build out those supply chains and alternative inputs, it requires partnership. Green industrialisation is an important part of the story. We are meeting at a moment where green industrialisation is moving from the margins of climate ambition to becoming the axis of economic and geopolitical strategy. Across regions, governments are deploying industrial policies to accelerate clean energy, low and zero emissions manufacturing and processing, and infrastructure. In Australia, building new clean industries in areas like green metals, renewable hydrogen, and sustainable fuels is seen as a critical contributor to our economic future as we transition from a fossil-intensive economy to one powered by clean energy. Platforms for meaningful exchange between countries on green industrialisation are growing, but they remain limited at the global level and can be dominated by the perspectives and policy tools of more advanced industrial economies. This means that countries are often designing policies in isolation and at times repeating mistakes or missing opportunities to improve without the benefit of hearing what their neighbours have had a go at trying and what success looked like or what they found particularly difficult along the way. This global dialogue is a crucial opportunity to learn from one another and identify areas where we can strengthen international cooperation to drive global progress. We look forward to fruitful discussions on this topic over the next few days, including sharing what is working really well in your country and what you are still finding hard to solve. This is an important year for the mitigation work program. Discussions on the continuation of this work program, along with the many other reviews happening this year, give us an opportunity to stand back and think about how we can best work together, turn commitments into reality, and learn from one another through partnership. Our door, and I'm sure Elif's door, Turkey's door, is always open. We genuinely are listening. We want to hear from you. And we would like to hear what your priorities, expectations, and concerns are this year so we can make meaningful progress on mitigation and across the whole agenda at COP31. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ingrid, and thank you for also reminding us of the value of this global platform and the opportunities we have to advance our thinking on green industrialization. It would be remiss of me if I didn't express our sincere gratitude to our host country, the Republic of Korea, for hosting this dialogue and for the excellent arrangements in getting us here. So thank you. I will now pass on to my co-chair to provide us context and lead us into the discussions that we will be starting now. Over to you, Gao.
Thank you, Angela. And now we would like to provide some of the context of the dialogue on the work program. And this work program was established to urgently scale up mitigation application and implementation in these decades in a manner that complements the global stocktake. Achieving the temperature goal of the Paris Agreement requires urgent action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in this decade. And we believe this work program has the potential to become a unique catalyst for actionable solutions and international cooperation. And this is exactly what we need to address gap in ambition and implementation. While parties consider progress of the work program at the negotiation sessions of the subsidiary body and the CMA, our focus here is on the focused exchange of views, information and ideas, on actionable solutions, opportunities, and best practice to overcome challenges and barriers. The outcome of the work program will be non-prescriptive, non-punitive, facilitative, respectful of national sovereignty and national circumstances. Angela and I want to ensure that the global dialogue provides a safe space for discussion. In other words, the dialogue is not a space for political negotiation. And we spare no efforts to make the dialogue useful to parties and stakeholders. We also did our best to reflect inputs from parties, observers, and other non-party stakeholders in organizing this dialogue. On the topic of the dialogue in 2026, considering the directions to us provided by previous decisions of the CMA and submissions from parties and non-party stakeholders, Angela and I communicated the topic of the 7th Global Dialogue to be enabling mitigation ambition and implementation in industries, drawing on national and regional experiences. And the next Global Dialogue will focus on the same topic and other cross-cutting issues as mandated in Decision 4, CMA 4, Paragraph 4. Our intention is to develop the agenda of the next Global Dialogue based on inputs from parties and non-party stakeholders, including through submissions. Coming back to the topic of this 7th Global Dialogue, we lay out several subtopics based on online consultation with parties and your submission. The dialogue today and tomorrow is organized under 2 broad areas of discussion. The first area is technology options and trends in decarbonization industries, drawing on national and regional experiences. And this session will explore best practices, the solutions to address challenges and barriers to mitigation action in industries, drawing on national and regional experiences. Under this area of discussion, technology options and trends, including but not limited to alternative material and fuels, low-carbon industrial processes in decarbonization industries, including but not limited to iron, steel, cement, and chemicals, may be considered. And this area of discussion may also consider resource efficiency, systems integration, circularity, digitalization, carbon management, and other practical measures that can facilitate mitigation ambition and implementation, while highlighting how solutions and approaches has been applied in practice and lessons that may be relevant for other circumstances. And the second area of discussion is enabling mitigation ambition and implementation in industries, drawing on national and regional experiences. And this session will explore policies and measures and means of implementations that can enable mitigation ambition and implementation in industries, drawing on national and regional experiences. And this area of discussion may consider opportunities related to finance, technology development and transfer, capacity building, as well as cooperation framework and other policy incentives that can facilitate access to practical solutions and strengthen implementation and ambition efforts in industry across different national and regional contexts, while highlighting how this has been applied in practice and the lessons that may inform future efforts across other circumstances. For each of these areas, we will first hear a sensitive presentation by experts. Then we have panel discussion among experts on issues related to subtopics of the breakout sessions. And after lunch break, we will move to breakout sessions to dive into 2 themes under the first area of discussion. And tomorrow, we will have the second set of breakout sessions on subtopic of the second area of discussion.
Thank you, Gao. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the first scene-setting session. And I would like to invite Nurzat Gundake, the Program Manager at the Energy and Climate Action Division of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, to provide us with a scene-setting presentation.
distinguished delegates, colleagues, co-chairs, thanks a lot for giving me the floor to present a presentation on the current state of the global mitigation solutions for the industrial sector. My name is Nurzat. I work at UNIDO, and for those of you who are not familiar, UNIDO is a UN specialized agency with a mandate to promote inclusive, sustainable industrial development. So I'm just waiting for the slides to appear to start the presentation. Thank you so much. So today I will be talking about technology, options and trends in decarbonizing industries, drawing on national and regional experiences. And the first thing I would like to start with a scene setting with a big picture about the industrial sector. It has been already mentioned several times that industrial sector is a major contributor to energy demand, and it's a major source of greenhouse gas emissions. It is responsible for about 37% of global final energy consumption, and it emits about 22% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. And if you take into account indirect emissions from the electricity used by industrial sector, then it is responsible for almost 31% of the global GHG emissions. If you look at the industrial sector GHG emissions, around half, about 56%, come from the fossil fuel combustion, and other half comes from the process-related emissions. What is another important message about the industrial sector GHG emissions is that around 70% of emissions come from heavy emitting sectors such as steel, cement, chemicals, petrochemicals, aluminum sectors. So these sectors are also called hard to abate sectors. So it is very important if we want to achieve our net zero targets by 2050, these sectors are quite critical from the decarbonization perspective. Industrial emissions have also nearly doubled since 1990, and since 2020, these emissions have grown faster than in any other sector and continue to rise every year. And another last probably fact that we want to know about the industrial sector is that around 65% of industrial energy is still fossil fuel based. And the reason, or one of the reasons, is because 2/3 of industrial energy comes from thermal sources, and only 1/3 of industrial energy is electrical energy, basically. And we have made a lot more progress in decarbonizing the power sector, but we haven't made much progress in decarbonizing the thermal heat or industrial heat, and therefore the emissions from the industrial sector remain quite high. One more thing that I would like to note about industrial sector is that most residual or unavoidable GHG emissions in industry in 2050 will come from heavy industries in emerging markets and developing economies. Therefore, that's another area where we have to focus our attention is the regions and economies. It's the EMDs, emerging markets and developing economies, and those economies that are going to look to industrialize as well. If we would like to reach our net zero targets by 2050, industrial emissions must be reduced by 90%. 90% is a huge figure, and that means we have to deploy in an accelerated manner and at a scale decarbonization solutions and mitigation measures. Now, countries are beginning to give significant attention to industrial decarbonization within their climate strategies. Probably you have seen already this graph, as this is the analysis of the latest NDC submissions. As of October 30th, basically 2025, 94% of submitted NDCs, they mentioned industry as a mitigation area in their NDCs. About 72% of NDCs include quantitative industry measures. 63% included or mentioned hard-to-abate industries such as steel, cement, chemicals, and petrochemicals. And 31% of NDCs provided quantitative measures for hard-to-abate industries. So this topic is gaining attention among countries. At UNIDO, we have classified industry mitigation measures, what we call into building blocks of industrial decarbonization. And These building blocks, they represent essential levers for decarbonizing industrial sector GHG emissions and achieving net zero targets. They should be pursued in the ways that reflect each country's industrial landscape, workforce capacity, and policy context. So, and these levers might look different for each country depending on the sectors that the countries have. So what we have, these building blocks, we have material efficiency, measures that require maximizing output using fewer natural resources, reducing the use of carbon-intensive materials. And another important building block is energy efficiency, as we know that half of the industrial energy emissions come from the burning of the fossil fuel. So energy efficiency still remains a quite important decarbonization lever. The third building block is called low carbon energy and feedstock, utilizing low carbon energy, renewables in the industrial processes, both as a feedstock but also as a source of fuel. Electrification and process change. We know that the 2/3 of industrial energy is based on thermal heat, and one of the levers to decarbonize and effectively reduce emissions is actually to electrify the heat, and that's why the electrification of process is also recognized very often as a decarbonization lever. The last lever that I would like to mention here is carbon capture, utilization, and storage. There will be always industrial processes, industrial sectors where emissions will remain, and with today's technologies they cannot be abated. And a good example is the cement sector, and for those sectors, carbon capture, utilization, and/or storage comes as a solution to abate the emissions in these sectors. Now what I'm going to do is just provide a bit of examples for each building blocks of real technologies that are out there, that have been applied or that are emerging that exemplify these building blocks. And the first one on the material efficiency, and the example of the technology that I would like to provide is called limestone calcinated clay cement, or LC3. It's basically a technology or a solution to produce low carbon cement, because over 90% of the emissions in the cement sector are related to the use of clinker. And if we can do anything to reduce the clinker content in cement, we're automatically reducing the CO2 emissions from the cement industry. And this technology, LC3, allows to reduce the CO2 emissions up to 40 or 50%. This technology also is cost efficient. It's not necessarily more expensive than ordinary Portland cement production. So, and there are already plants operating internationally, globally, successfully producing low carbon cement using this technology. There's a plant in Ghana, in Oman, and India. So this technology has a high potential for scale up, and one of the regions where it has the greatest potential is Africa. Another lever that we already talked about, industrial energy efficiency, and it's very hard to choose one technology that represents industrial energy efficiency, because industrial energy efficiency is a massive area, and there are so many technologies out there that could be used as an example. But maybe one technology that I thought to bring as an example is the efficiency of the motor-driven systems. Electric motors, they account for about 60% of industrial electric consumption. And if we improve the motor efficiency of the industrial motor efficiency, we can achieve up to 30% of savings within individual plants. So this is a proven technology that can be applied in various industrial settings to all sorts of sectors. It's commercially available, and it can be utilized, and it's probably being already utilized in many parts of the world. The next lever is renewables coupled with hydrogen. Green hydrogen used as the heat source or feedstock in industries such as steel, chemicals, and cement. And it has a huge potential to reduce GHG emissions from the specifically hard to abate sectors. This solution is capital intensive and is suitable mostly for the region with abundant renewable energy resources. And the feasibility is highly dependent on the hydrogen production cost. But we already can see today few pilot plants operating globally that produce green hydrogen steel, for example. And one of the pictures you can see on the presentation is the DRI facility producing green steel in Namibia. As I already mentioned about electrification, there are already mature technologies that could electrify the industrial heat, such as electric boilers, industrial heat pumps, electric arc furnaces, but there are also a lot of innovative technologies that are out there in the prototype phase and the demonstration phase that also provide to electrify high heat processes. And the last solution that I would like to draw your attention is the carbon capture, utilization, and storage. As I said, in some of the sectors, there will be always emissions there that you cannot reduce through energy efficiency or through integration of renewable energy. A good example is the cement industry. The most efficient cement plants, if you use, if you achieve all the efficiency measures within cement plants, there would still be about 70% emissions out there that could not be reduced by energy efficiency or renewable energy. And then the only option basically here, unless you change the process, is basically to utilize carbon capture and storage. And on the picture, what you here see is the world's first industrial scale CCS facility in Norway, in Brevik. Norway is basically a front runner that has basically demonstrated the whole CCS value chain, and we can all observe this whole experience. It is capital intensive technology. It requires careful planning, but it is a solution that can be applicable with region with high concentration of cement industry particularly. And here on the picture you can also see a startup company, Helios. It's a picture from 2 weeks ago in Vienna during the Clean Tech Days. One of the startup companies that received award is basically developed advanced carbon capture solution for industrial emissions. So this is just an overview basically of the solutions today that are available to mitigate industrial sector GHG emissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nusrat, for this very informative presentation. All slides will be provided on the website, so because I do see a lot of people have been taking pictures of them, you will have access to all of these shortly. I would like to now move to the panel discussion, so please hold any questions that you may have for Nusrat to the end of the panel, and thank you, Nusrat, for staying on for the discussion. So I'd now like to invite the moderator and the panelists for the panel on technology options and trends in decarbonizing industries, drawing on national and regional experiences. Moderating this panel will be Christopher Hope from UNIDO. Christopher, okay. And joining the panel will be Ellen van der Linden from the Namibia Green Hydrogen Program. She will be joining us virtually. Idalene Nezelius from Stegra, who's also joining us virtually from Sweden. Stig Øyvind Svenningsen from the Ministry of Climate and Environment in Norway. Nasser Ode from CAPSARC, who will also be joining us virtually from Saudi Arabia. And Wang Jun from the Climate Neutral Technology Research Contemporary Amperex Technology Company, that is the CATL, who will be joining us in person. So I'll hand over the floor to you, Christopher, and we will take leave of the podium and let you run the show from here. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished colleagues, distinguished delegates. My name, as noted here, is Christopher Hope, and like Nusrat, I work within the UN Industrial Development Organization, and I will be moderating this session for us for the next hour and 10, 20 minutes, depending on how we go with the Q&A. Afterwards, the ambition for this session is really to build from the information that Nurzat has already provided us with, that high-level international perspective on the pertinent technologies and issues within industrial decarbonization and green industrialization more broadly. But now we're opening the floor really to national and regional experiences in these technologies, in the challenges and opportunities around their deployment, which I think should give us a good basis for the breakout sessions that will be taking place this afternoon. So the idea is that after I will introduce the participants in this panel shortly, but the idea is that I'll put a general question to them such that we can get a good overview of these different perspectives, be it different regions or private and public sector angles on this. And from there, we'll have a bit of a deep dive into the specificities of these particular contexts. And then I'll finish up with what's being called a lightning round of questions, just to really position us in a good position for the discussions later today as well. There will be time for Q&A, for questions and answers, and I would encourage you, the more that this can be a back and forth in terms of information, the better, of course. So we will leave good time for that, and encourage you to think of questions for the panelists. And as a similar note, actually, for the members of the panel, including those who are joining us online, while there is, of course, a structure to this, the more that you're very welcome to come back on points that have been made by the other participants, just to give your immediate reflections there. So that is the overall context for this, and you've seen already on the screen the names of the participants, but just for record and everyone's awareness, so we're joined online firstly by Elina van der Linden, who's the Head of Impact and ESG for the Namibia Green Hydrogen Program, and Namibia's work on green hydrogen has already been noted by Nurzat. Also joined by Idalin Nezelius, who is the Head of Sustainability and Environment for Stegra, which is a Swedish-based company working to develop green hydrogen, green iron, and green steel. Also joined online by Neza O'Day, who is a Principal Fellow at the King Abdullah Petroleum Studies and Research Center in Saudi Arabia. And then on the table with me today amongst the panelists, firstly to my left, Stig Øvind Svenningsen, who is the Deputy Director General at the Ministry of Climate and Environment and Norway. Thank you for joining us. And then to my right here is Mr. Wang Chun, who is Director of Climate Neutral Technology Research at the Contemporary Amperex Technology Company Limited, which is a Chinese battery manufacturer and technology company. So that's who will be with you for the next hour or so. So as you can tell, there's a good range of regional perspectives and different angles on this subject. So hopefully an engaging context for us now. And with that, I will turn firstly to some of the colleagues online, so a good test of the technology and how it's working so far. And so firstly, the general framing question that I'll put to all panelists is the following, which is to please briefly introduce your national, regional, or organizational experience with technology options for industrial decarbonization, the type of points that Nurzat has just articulated for us. What is the context that you're speaking from on these technologies, and what are the technology solutions your experience relates to? So with that, let me first turn to Eline online for your perspective from the Namibia Green Hydrogen Program.
Chris, and thank you for having me all the way from Namibia. It's a pity I can't be there in person, but the logistics were not on our side. Maybe just to start setting the scene for Namibia. Namibia is a child of the international community, and partnerships are very important for us. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for UN Resolution 435 that led to our independence. We were 2 weeks ago at UNIDO with quite a nice team from the Green Hydrogen Program, and we are very happy to be here today. Another scene setter for Namibia is that we have a very strong comparative advantage in terms of natural resources. We have excellent wind, we have excellent solar radiation in the country. We have them co-located, which is another advantage for decarbonization and for leapfrogging into green industrialization. And we have a lot of space. We are just 3 million people in a very, very large country. The Netherlands, where I'm from originally, fits 27 times into Namibia. And we have access to a very large coastline, so we have access to desalinated water. Another scene setter for Namibia is that we are not coming from a highly industrialized space. We are actually a carbon sink mostly, and we are looking at leapfrogging into green industrialization. And I will talk a little bit later about some of the strategy, but since you are focused quite a lot on the different use cases for green hydrogen and for clean energy industrial processes, I will briefly highlight what we're doing in Namibia already. And this is no longer a PowerPoint presentation. This is really work in action. You saw on the screen the direct reduced iron factory, the high iron plant that is operating in the Irongo region. So we're using green hydrogen to produce low-grade iron, and that will be then used in the steel industry. It's the first level of processing. We're also using green hydrogen for ammonia production. That will be mostly for export and also for bunkering services. We have a large transport company making moves in Namibia. They're going to very soon start a trial with a locomotive that's running on green hydrogen. They have converted a MAN truck to run on both diesel and green hydrogen. We are working with the Namibia Civil Aviation Authority and ICAO on sustainable aviation fuel, another use case. We're looking at green fertilizer. UNIDO is supporting the Dowers project that's also in the Irongo region. They are looking at producing green fertilizer from green hydrogen and ammonia. And then we are also having a very interesting project that will be using cactus as a feedstock for e-methanol, and there will also be green hydrogen involved. So we basically have quite a wide range of various use cases and applications for the use of clean energy. I was told I must keep it short, so I'm looking at Chris. Am I short enough? Just to set the scene for the Namibia contribution this morning for you and in the middle of the night for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Alina. And yes, I was about to comment for the audience on the fact that you are joining us at, I think, 2 a.m. Namibia time. So it's really greatly appreciated and certainly very helpful initial remarks in terms of that context for the various use cases that we're already seeing being deployed in Namibia. To continue online for the time being, let me turn next to Ida Lin from Stegra for your introductory points.
Thank you, and thank you also for having me. And very interesting to the already mentioned scene setting. So from Stegra's point of view, I think we are in a construction phase at the moment. So we are actually building a lot of what you were describing, Elaine, there. So we are building actually the Europe's largest hydrogen plant. So it will be roughly 700 megawatts when it's up and running. And the water will come from the Lula River, which is also then nearby. And the green hydrogen will be pumped to DRI tower, where we will reduce the iron ore. to sponge iron using that green hydrogen. So then by that, roughly removing the majority of the carbon dioxide, roughly 95%. And the sponge iron will then later go into the steel plant that we're building in a mini mill concept, so the electric arc furnaces. And then later on we will then deliver the steel coils to customers via rail, and later with the rail will go to the port and then further on to the customers. And as I said, this is a construction project, and I would very much like to show some pictures of the progress that we have done, but that will be for another time. Yeah, I think that is a very brief discussion. So looking forward to the discussion and to questions regarding this. Thank you.
Thank you, Idalin, and yes, alongside the presentations, hopefully we'll have opportunities to connect the distinguished delegates with our presenters later. So opportunities to see pictures and more information ultimately. Just to, for variety's sake, I think to have some introductory remarks from the table. And Stig, if I could turn first to you.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I would just thank UNIDO for the introductory presentation. I will actually build my later answers to that presentation, so I'm going to build on that. But for the domestic situation and for the of relevance for this one, I'm going to talk about the CCS project that was presented by UNIDO. But we do have a lot of hard-to-abate industries in Norway. We do have cement industry, we have steel, we have ammonia, and so on. So, and we do have a very high degree of electrification in industry due to our energy system being electricity system being mostly renewable. We are around 97–98% renewable in our electricity system. I think 70%-ish in our energy mix, so it's quite high. This is due to a lot of hydropower usually, so it's not that much other renewables yet. We are still working on that. And we do have a large petroleum sector which has a lot of knowledge that can be used for these other technologies such as CCS. I will say they are almost the reason why we are doing CCS. So I will just say, oh, sorry. Oh, my goodness. So we do have 30 years of experience with CCS. The first 29 years has been in the petroleum sector, where we had, since 1996, a project called Sleipner, and then we later had a big other project is in LNG. But last year, we started what UNIDO just presented on the screen, the Longship project, which is a capture from a cement plant with a flexible transport by ship solution to a storage offshore Norway. It's called Northern Lights. And this offshore storage is also taking CO2 volumes from CCS projects in the Netherlands from a fertilizer project. And it will take, it has not started yet, and then from a bioenergy plant in Denmark. We are also working on a waste-to-energy CCS project that will come later. So I think that's a short introduction from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Stig, and looking forward to some of the remarks as we go through, but I think really interesting point immediately on the petroleum sector knowledge transfer, and we see that in a few circumstances, and it's a good point within the context of the just energy transition and how these countries that are moving away from fossil fuel production can benefit from their pre-existing human capital. So to continue though with the introductory remarks, let me return again to the virtual room with Nesa Ode. Over to you, please.
Thank you, and it's a pleasure to be part of this discussion. My name is Nasser. I'm speaking from my role at CAPSARC in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, where our work focuses on the technical, economic, and policy dimensions of carbon management and industrial decarbonization, in particular in the context of the Saudi and wider region. CAPSARC is King Abdullah Petroleum Studies and Research Center. It's an advisory think tank. We're focusing on low carbon technologies, studying basically energy economics, renewables, energy efficiency, climate finance, carbon markets, and technologies. The context we are working on, or in at CAPSARC, is one where industry plays a central role in the economy, particularly sectors such as oil and gas, petrochemicals, refining, cement, iron and steel are very important sectors for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Obviously, these are emission-intensive sectors, but they are also sectors where there are real opportunities for decarbonization. Our work looks at the portfolio of technology options rather than just any single pathway. Our work includes carbon capture and storage, carbon utilization or CO2 utilization, where we look at the fuel as well as the chemical and also material pathways. A key focus is basically, for us is CCS and natural gas processing, hydrogen and petrochemicals, which what we call as the low-hanging fruits or easy wins. We also look at hydrogen, both blue and green hydrogen, which is an important enabling vector, especially in fuels and industrial processes. In addition to this, we, as I mentioned earlier, we're focusing increasingly on carbon utilization pathways. And alongside this, there's a growing interest in the kingdom in removal technologies. For example, direct air capture, where recently, for example, we were involved in piloting a direct air capture system with one of the key players in the market. And also we developed, for example, tools, modeling tools and for example, a direct air capture interactive map where you can look at where you can install direct air capture across the kingdom. At the same time, we consider system-level aspects in our analysis and decarbonization, energy efficiency, integration of low-carbon energy and renewables, and also the role of infrastructure, CO2 transport and storage infrastructure. I'll be talking more about this maybe in due course during the discussion. And all of this sits within the broader, obviously, framework of the circular carbon economy, which is basically we develop an annual publication called the Circular Carbon Economy Index, which looks at many countries around the world and their performance in terms of circular carbon economy. Obviously, this is important because it reflects the idea of the decarbonization is not just about one technology, but it's also, it's a selection of technologies and different solutions. So basically, overall, I would say, the perspective I bring is one that is both technical and system-focused, and looking at how different technology options perform in practice, how they can be scaled, and what conditions are needed to enable their deployment, across industrial sectors. So looking forward to being with you today and the discussion. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Nasser. And yes, noted that point with regards to the array of technologies and this whole systems approach, which I'm sure is going to come through further in the discussion. But before we get to that, let me first turn to Wang Jun for your introductory remarks.
Okay. First of all, thank you for your introduction and yes, the invitation. So good morning, everyone. I am Wang Jun from CATL. It is a great honor to have the opportunity to share experience of the industrial decarbonization in China. CATL, as you know, CATL is one of the largest battery manufacturer. Our product mainly focused on the power batteries and the energy storage batteries, aiming to promote the replacement of the fossil energy, both on mobile energy use and stationary energy use. As a manufacturer, ourselves also has a lot of greenhouse gas emission. So our company attaches great importance to the decarbonization, not just for ourselves, but for the whole supply chain. In 2023, we have announced our zero carbon strategy, which is aimed to achieve the core the core carbon neutral operation in 2025 and the whole supply chain carbon neutral in 2035, which means that last year we has achieved the core operation carbon neutral. Among them, last year China has announced the first batch of the pilot zero carbon industrial park. Among them, 5 of the industry park, we have our factory there, and we are the supply chain leader. So today, I intend to take one of these zero carbon industrial parks, the Eastern Industrial Park of Yibin, China, as an example to share the decarbonization experience of the industrial parks, which is like a regional decarbonization. The experience will mainly involves the zero carbon energy, electrification, industrial chain collaborative decarbonization, circular energy, and digitalizing and intelligence. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wang Jun, and that concept or the idea of the zero carbon industrial parks is certainly something when we speak with UNIDO's member states, it's an idea that many are interested in exploring. So looking forward to hearing more about that during the discussion. As you can see then from the participants and the remarks that they've already shared, we have practitioners close to the subject matter that Nozat was laying out at the start of this session, from government, private sector, and also the think tank or research space. So a good basis for the continuation of this conversation, also covering different regions, of course. So a helpful starting point. And from there, let me turn back to Aline online to talk a bit more about the context in Namibia with regards to the green hydrogen program. So Aline, from that experience, and you made the point that in the Namibian case, it's no longer just a PowerPoint presentation. These are now actions on the ground. And what has that on the ground experience revealed about what it genuinely takes to move from a national program, a national strategy forward from design to implementation? And what lessons might this experience bring for other countries considering similar approaches in green hydrogen and more broadly?
Thank you, Chris, for that question. So in terms of the levers for our industries or our green hydrogen and green industrialization development, we started with a very strong vision a couple of years ago. It was a green hydrogen and derivatives strategy that was launched in 2022. And then we realized it's not just about producing green hydrogen. Green hydrogen is not an end or an ultimate objective. The objective is to create industries. And then we developed the Green Industrialization Blueprint. You find all these wonderful documents on our website, Namibia Green Hydrogen Program website. And we looked at what is required in terms of getting this industry going. From an infrastructure perspective, looking at transmission lines, looking at rail and road, looking at port infrastructure for potential exports. We actually have started on a feasibility study for a pipeline between Namibia and South Africa, because in South Africa, many industries are hard to abate industries and they require decarbonization. Not in Namibia, because we just don't have that much industry, but definitely in South Africa. And then we also looked at potential early industries that we could start developing in Namibia. So we've always taken quite a pragmatic approach, and I think that's the red thread that runs through all the interventions in Namibia. Being on the ground, being practical, looking at what is the low-hanging fruit, where can we start? And one of those areas is to look at critical raw materials, which in Namibia at the moment, and also for many of the countries in the region, are leaving the continent without any value addition, without any beneficiation. And we said, well, we have a very good starting point here to start adding value to these minerals. And the high iron plant in close to Iran, this is one of the first actual demonstrations thereof, whereby iron ore is then reduced to direct reduced iron. We're also looking at lithium, we're looking at manganese. At the moment, manganese is coming in from South Africa, and it's basically trucked in on our roads, damaging the roads, if I may say so, because the railway line is not used for the manganese, and it's leaving Lüderitz unprocessed. So we're also looking at using clean energy to reduce that manganese, and that's also good for the environment in the long run, because you reduce the volume of the materials that are being transported around the world. So that's one of the key levers, our vision, our strategy, but nothing is perfect yet. We don't have a dedicated policy for green hydrogen as I'm speaking at the moment. We are working on it, but it's not in place yet. But you don't need to have everything in place. You don't have to have all the elements in a perfect lineup. We talked about the building blocks for clean industrialization, but it doesn't all have to be there at once. We can lean on existing legislation. We have an Environmental Management Act. We have legislation around water use and electricity use. Ammonia is transported on our roads and on our rail already. So we have really taken a very, very pragmatic approach to this whole Pandora's box called green industrialization. We also looked at skills. We said, okay, it is a high-tech industry on the one hand, but there are lots of skills that we already have. You do need plumbers. You do need welders in the industry. You do need people that need to that can set up solar energy parks. And we have those skills in Namibia. It's just a matter of upskilling, side skilling, adding the final kilometer to those skills. So it is. We have tried to demystify the green industrialization play in Namibia and made it a bit more bite-sized and also more, to make the people in Namibia also understand what this industry is all about. We've done roadshows, we've done a lot of outreach. We're working on 2 strategic environmental and social assessments, again, bringing in the socio-economic side of things, the biodiversity, environmental side of the industry, really breaking it open and making it better understood. Another key lever for our development has been partnerships. And as I mentioned in my introductory remarks, Namibia is the product of partnerships. We've had a lot of support from the German government, the Dutch government. The Dutch government actually made funding available to operationalize our program, to actually start up. We receive support under the EU Gateway program. We receive support from UNIDO. The World Bank is involved with our skills strategy, with our enterprise development work. We've had a lot of funding and technical assistance support. Otherwise, many of our pilot projects would not have materialized. And to add to what I said at the beginning, nothing is perfect yet. We are learning, and how do you learn is actually by doing. I was recently at the high iron plant, and there was a little glitch with the kiln. And they were working on fixing that glitch, and the glitch is now fixed, and we are on the move again. In Douwes, they couldn't switch on the electrolyzer because they still had to X-ray the pipes, because your pipes need to be 120% properly welded, because you don't want green hydrogen to escape, and you don't want ammonia to escape. Those are dangerous products. So, we are learning by doing, and that is, it's not like we are just kind of taking a trial and error approach, but we really, with definite and clear intent, we are practicing to make it perfect. And not everything needs to be perfect from day one. And I think that's a message that I would like to leave you with also as you go into your working groups. Yeah, so that's basically my elaborate answer to your question, Chris.
Very good, thank you, Alina, and lots of, I think, pertinent points there for the delegates with me in the room. One of those being, of course, as you've noted in your concluding remarks as well, this idea of practical and low-hanging fruit within ambitions to advance within some of these industrial decarbonisation technologies, effectively getting going, as you were saying, and learning through process, which is certainly, from our perspective, an important part of this. Thinking as well, as you noted, with regards to the pre-existing skills, and this reminds me of the remarks made by Stig earlier as well, and utilising the wealth of capacity that is already there in the room, in the given national context. And then just one other thing that came to mind, certainly that point on partnerships. That's a lot of the emphasis that the COP31 presidencies and the leadership from Turkey and Australia were emphasizing that role of collaboration here, and that's certainly been evident in the case of Namibia. Let me then turn, Stig, to you, thinking really about CCS, as you were talking about earlier, but from your experience in Norway's context of implementing this technology, which, as you know, 30 years ultimately so far, what are the challenges that you've had to work through in practice in Norway's case? What approaches have helped, and what has this experience revealed about where the technology performs as expected, where it is harder than anticipated, and what the experience suggests about where the technology really is at its most viable?
Thank you. And that's a very broad question, but I will try and answer as best as I can. I want to, as I said earlier, go back to the scene setting presentation, because there are some very important points that also was relevant for Norway. And you remember, most of us, when we went to school, we learned that if there's a demand, there will be a supply. That was not the case for CCS in industry. We also learned that if you put a price on emissions, climate solutions will be profitable. That is true, but that was not the case for the CCS project we saw UNIDO presented in the presentation. So we needed to figure out what was the reason for this. And you already provided the answer. It is high upfront cost investments that does, even though you will have a high price on the emissions, that alone will not result in profitable commercial CCS projects. So our challenge as government was, how do we then support the initial projects and fit that within our broader policies? And that is the industrial policy and also in the climate policy. So in the climate policy, as I said, 80% of our emissions have a price on CO2. So we did not want to disrupt that price signal. And second of all, we already, as you and I have talked about earlier, have a lot of experiences that are similar that can be used just for these different purposes. So when we designed the support mechanism, we had to keep all these things in mind, because we did not want any adverse effects on the existing policies. So then the question was, first, how do you then support the development of this project with high upfront costs? So yes, you do initial subsidies for the investment cost. But the operating cost was also high. So for a while, we then also created a subsidy for the operating cost for the first project. The important part here is that, as I said, it's a chain. So what I now described fits very well for the cement and the capture plant, but you also have to have transport and storage. 3 different parts in a way, 3 different industries coming together. And usually these 3 parts of industry do not talk to each other. They are not in the same circle as I can say it simplified. So then, in addition to the support system, we needed these 3 to somehow come together and find workable solutions, because it doesn't help if you have a capture plant if there's nowhere to put the CO2 or transport the CO2 to. So then we had to figure out, how do you solve these 3? And this is where the government can come in and play a facilitating role, because we have a broader view than one industry themselves. So I used to work in the Ministry of Energy at that time with partly this project, and this was one of the main concerns or challenges we had. How do we get these 3 parts to work together? And that we did through many different measures, but we also created a system where we had a very open communication with the industrial partners, where we had and created a sort of trust where they can share their needs with us, and without us taking advantage, so to speak, of knowing more commercial subjects than we normally would. So you have to create a certain level of trust between all the participants, and you have to bring them together. And there is, of course, an issue of what happens if one part of the chain is not ready when the other parts of the chain are ready. And this was not a big topic, but the capture plant was a bit later than the storage part, and then suddenly you had no CO2 to pump into the storage. And they were ready. So in a way, what do you do then? So then we had to find CO2 somewhere else. So when you have to work in a kind of flexible way. Of course, this was done by the industrial actors, not the government, but we were kind of facilitating and making sure that all these things worked together. And that is, you asked what worked. So that, in a way, the first point is, it was a strong and long-term willingness by the government. Several different parties had been in government. They all supported the development of carbon capture and storage in industry. So in Norway, of course, I didn't say that, but we are mostly looking, almost only looking at industrial CCS, not on power plants. So that created so the industry knew that the government was not going to change its mind. We were going to stick with this policy. We have stuck with it for 30 years. We will continue to stick with it. So that is important. Second of all, governments are not experts on technology. So that also means that we needed the industry to come up with these technology solutions, and then we must be willing to work with those. So that worked very well, that kind of partnership and collaboration between us and the private sector and academia, I would say. I will also say something that has worked extremely well is information sharing on several levels. So we have, I described the information sharing between the Norwegian government and the Norwegian companies, but we have done for many, many years a very, I would say, outreach to all other governments that are interested in this topic. And it's not just Norway, but we have worked very closely with Saudi Arabia, Canada, US, Japan, the UK. Now we are talking a lot with our neighboring countries in Europe. We have extensively talked with Singapore, which has a very interesting different solution because they don't have storage. So international cooperation is important, just not only for knowledge sharing, but also for the fact that storage reservoirs are not equally distributed throughout the world. So some countries will have it, others won't, and then you need international cooperation to be able for export-import of CO2. So my example earlier with the Netherlands and Denmark is such an example where even though they have storage capacity themselves, they chose to store it in Norway. So in a way, there are so many bits and pieces here, and at the same time, the industry have their information sharing platforms, which they use extensively throughout the world. So I think in a general way, it fits very well with the topic of this year's dialogue and the COP, that all this happens mostly because of cooperation on different levels. I think that's my attempt to answer your question.
And I think a good point as well to conclude on, but definitely a few key things there that I think are relevant for all of the participants. Firstly, thinking about that support for initial projects, and I'm sure we'll hear more about the experience in terms of the pilot projects in China, but that role of government certainly. Then that linking of different sectors along the value chain, so transport, storage, the production itself, and making sure that you can facilitate those or try to foster that alignment, I think is something we've certainly seen in other circumstances as well. The long-term signals, as you mentioned, this is a clear commitment from Norway, from the government to support. And then finally, that point, as you noted, on collaboration across countries and having spaces such as this today is a fruitful example of that. And so that, Wang Jun, if I can actually turn to you now, thinking about the perspective of Chinese industry, what technologies and approaches have proven most effective when it comes to these integrated types of approaches to advancing technologies? What has been harder to implement than anticipated? And what has the experience of deploying at scale in some of the examples that you've already mentioned, what does that require in practice to deliver positive outcomes?
Okay, thank you. For our experience, I think the key point is the industrial park in China. So first of all, I'd like to introduce the Chinese policy about the industrial park. In recent years, China has attached great importance to the green and low carbon transformation of industrial parks. So in July 2025, last year, China has issued a guideline document on zero carbon industrial park development, which clearly take the parks as core carriers to promote clean energy, low carbon industries for electrification of energy use and the circular development, laying out a clear path for deep decarbonization in the industrial sector. So as a leading company in global new energy industry chain, CAT has actively responded to national policies. So taking the Eastern Industrial Park of Yibin, which we are the main supply chain leader in that industrial park, we have explored a replicable pathway featuring a chain leader guidance, full chain carbon reduction, full region electrification, and local development empowerment. First, 100% green power supply. Relying on Sichuan's high-quality hydropower resources, the park achieved the 100% green power for production and operations. At the same time, we have developed rooftop PV systems and supporting energy storage power station, and built an integrated smart microgrid for source grid load storage. This ensures the stable green power supply and the efficient consumption of new energy, laying a solid foundation for zero carbon energy and the source. Second, electrification. We have promoted electrification in two key scenarios: on-site industrial energy use and the logistics. In production, we have tried our best to replace the fossil fuels equipment such as diesel or natural gas gas-fired facility to electrified facilities. In logistics, internal park transport, on-site material handling, and outbound freight routes have all been switched to electric heavy trucks, electric forklifts, and autonomous electric delivery vehicles supporting facilities including heavy trucks, battery swap stations, and charging clusters have been built, achieving zero fuel and zero emission for park transportation and forming fully electrified closed loop from production to logistics. Third, collaborative carbon reduction across the entire industrial chain. We took the lead in building benchmark zero carbon factories in the battery industry with carbon neutrality certification. Through digital lean production and the high efficiency energy-saving process upgrades, we have significantly reduced carbon emission per unit product. Leveraging our roles as a chain leader, we have established the carbon management standard for our suppliers. So driving more than 20 upstream and downstream supporting enterprises. This has formed a large-scale zero-carbon industrial cluster, achieving overall collaborative emission reduction rather than isolated single-point cuts. Fourth, building a closed-loop circular system. We have developed power battery recycling and material regeneration projects, enabling high-rate recovery of high-value precious metals such as nickel, cobalt, and manganese. A full life cycle closed loop of production, usage, recycling, and regeneration has been formed, which not only reduces the consumption of primary resources, but also cuts carbon emissions across the industrial chain from the source, practicing the concept of the circular and the low carbon development. Fifth, digital and precious carbon management. We have established a park level carbon emission monitoring platform, which enable real-time accounting, full traceability, and dynamic optimization of carbon emission in all links, including energy consumption, production emissions, logistics, etc. This makes zero carbon management refined and visualized, ensuring measurable and verifiable emission reduction results. Through the development of this zero carbon industrial park, we have achieved the triple benefits in carbon reduction, economic growth, and employment. First, carbon emission reduction effects are remarkable. The park's overall carbon emission intensity is far better than the national zero carbon industrial park standard. Second, it drives a high-quality local economic development. We have built a 100 billion level powered battery industrial cluster, attracting over 200 billion yuan in industrial chain investment, helping the Yibin city become the battery capital of China. Third, it creates high-quality jobs. It directly employs over 30,000 people and indirectly supports more than 100,000 jobs across the industrial chain. From the development of this zero carbon industrial park, I believe the following experiences are worth sharing for the decarbonization at the regional or industrial level. First, top-level policy design must be combined with the on-the-ground corporate actions. For example, 100% green power supply can hardly be achieved by a single corporate, along with national policies and local government support. Second, an industrial chain cluster led by a chain leader enterprise is essential. Taking CATL as an example, nearly all the enterprises in Eastern Industrial Park of Yibin are part of our supply chain. Driven by our leadership, these enterprises have all achieved deeply carbon emission reductions. Third, certain advantages in natural resources are necessary. A key reason why the Eastern Industrial Park of Abing can become a zero-carbon industrial park is the abundant surrounding hydropower resources. Without sufficient zero-carbon electricity nearby, full decarbonization would be extremely difficult. So this concludes my sharing. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Wang Jun, for those interesting reflections. And I think certainly that point on enabling conditions at the end and having that baseline is a valuable takeaway. And from all that you remarked in terms of ultimately what is a whole of system approach, thinking about these different ways to foster the transition. And that remark on these industrial parks, not just as vehicles for decarbonization, but then also creating jobs, creating economic growth opportunities, which harks back to the remarks from Eline as well with regards to Namibia's green industrialization ambitions. So I'm looking at the time, as I should really, as moderator, and what we will do is we'll have the remarks from our two further members of the panel. And at that point, I'm going to turn to you in the audience to see if there are any questions and any remarks. And we should still have a good 15 or 20 minutes at that point. And then when we finally conclude Nuzhat, I might just ask for a couple of reflections from you, bearing in mind all that has been said. And so with that, I will turn to NASA online, thinking of these systems approaches, as we just remarked. But from your technical experience and thinking in the context of CCUS, what has its deployment or application in industrial contexts, especially in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, revealed in terms of its viability, performance, and I suppose particularly any limitations that you have encountered, and where it should sit within this broader portfolio of technologies, as you mentioned previously? What are the challenges and barriers ultimately that you've encountered, and how can countries overcome these?
Yeah, thanks for this very good question. I mean, yes, again, just to emphasize exactly what you just mentioned and my previous point from our work at CAPSARC as a think tank, and more broadly from the experience in Saudi Arabia and the region, CCS is increasingly being positioned not as a standalone, obviously, solution, but as one component within a broader portfolio of industrial decarbonization options, alongside energy efficiency, as I mentioned earlier, clean energy integration, system integration, hydrogen, and CCU, carbon capture and utilization, and also emerging renewable technologies. This is very much aligned with what I mentioned earlier, the circular carbon economy, which was adopted as the way to net zero by the Kingdom as part of its G20 presidency in 2020. So there's no dominant solution. I mean, in terms of viability and performance of CCS, what we see in practice is that it performs most effectively in specific context. So in particular sectors, for example, with relatively high purity CO2 streams, such as natural gas processing, hydrogen production, and parts of the petrochemical sector, like, for example, glycol, offer the most immediate and cost-effective opportunities. In Saudi Arabia, this is already reflected in the deployment, obviously, planning and phasing of the CCS, the Jubail hub, basically, where in phase one, what we call the low-hanging fruits, there will be obviously a CO2 capture from natural gas processing, from hydrogen plants, to achieve 9 million tons by 2028. And then there's a phase two and phase three, where then other plants will come online, for example, the power plants, cement, and other type of petrochemical plants with lower concentrations to achieve 44 million ton per year by CCS capacity by 2035. I mean, actually, currently, CO2 is being captured, or CCS is being deployed in the kingdom as part of the Othmania project, 800,000 tons of CO2 captured and from natural gas processing, and also the 0.5 million ton SABIC Jubail plant, where the CO2 will be used for methanol. So these are basically some examples, current examples. But again, really, there are specific situations where CCS can be applied easily. At the same time, experience also shows that CCS is not uniformly applicable across all different industries. And more dilute or complex emission streams, such as the cement sector or steel sector, the technical and operational challenges become much more significant, and the cost much higher. So one key lesson is that CCS deployment needs to be carefully prioritized, focusing first on certain applications where it can deliver the greatest impact and lowest costs. Hydrogen itself is also a critical enabler in this wider system. In fact, both blue and green hydrogen are being actively considered for development in the kingdom. And this reinforces the broader point about the transition is not about just one technology. In parallel, there is increasing attention to, obviously, to complementary approaches beyond just traditional CCUS. For example, we have been at CAPSARC evaluating, for example, the use of energy from waste with CCS, with heat recovery, like in incineration plants, but also biogas and biomethane production, and also the potential to generate fuels from waste via gasification. There has been a lot of work going on in the Eastern Province in Saudi Arabia. And as I said earlier, there is also growing interest in carbon removal technologies. For example, the pilot between Aramco and Siemens to pilot basically new innovative direct air capture technologies. So in terms of the limitations, back to your question, one of the main constraints really for CCS is really the enabling infrastructure. I think it was mentioned by Stig earlier. The alluded to that point. Capture on its own is not sufficient. Obviously, you need projects require access to reliable CO2 transport and storage networks. For the 44 million ton in the Kingdom Saudi Arabia by 2035, obviously we need the infrastructure to develop that. It's an integrated infrastructure, and this is actually under development. In practice, this highlighted the importance of developing shared infrastructure and cluster-based approaches, which is really the way forward in the kingdom, where multiple industrial facilities can connect to a common transport and storage system. And this approach, obviously, this shared infrastructure significantly improves both the economics and scalability of CCS. In the Saudi context, there is also significant storage potential. Studies from KAUST have already evaluated the available saline aquifers in the kingdom, as well as depleted oil and gas fields where CCS can be used, and 450 gigatons. This is equivalent to 1,000 years of CO2 storage in the kingdom in terms of current emissions from industry. So this is a significant capacity. What are the other challenges in addition to costs and financing? Obviously, regulation is the most prominent. An important challenge which is currently being addressed in the kingdom is, for example, the long-term liability and regulatory clarity in terms of the CO2 stored in the ground. What happens to that CO2 and the responsibility post-closure, for example, of the storage site. Questions around ownership, for example, monitoring, MRV and certification of the stored CO2, are also questions which need to be addressed, which are being addressed at the moment to facilitate that target of 44 million ton by 2035. And we also see, again at CAPSARC, that actually market-related challenges, particularly for CO2 utilization pathways, is a key challenge. Saudi Arabia is establishing also not just a CCS hub in Jubail on the eastern side, but also a CCU hub on the western side. While there is a growing activity in terms of CO2 utilization in methanol and urea production, as well as in emerging areas, for example, in desalination brine, CO2 storage in desalination brine, or in utilization in for example, for alkaline industrial wastes. This is something which is being considered, like steel slag and cement kiln dust, which are alkaline materials. They could be sinks for CO2, All of these are being considered and evaluated, but the key challenge remains, demand remains uncertain. So that is a very key aspect, I think, which was mentioned earlier, also during the opening session. In terms of how these challenges are being addressed in practice, several approaches are emerging. Strong policy frameworks and long-term strategies are essential, being developed. In the Saudi context, I mentioned the circular carbon economy. This is an encompassing, obviously, framework, an overarching structure to help us achieve these targets. And second, cluster development and infrastructure, which I also mentioned, I alluded to. What else? There is increasing emphasis in terms of phase deployment. Like, with the 44 million ton, there is a phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 of that deployment from now to 2035. And also another aspect is the concept of clean energy economy zones is something being considered widely within the kingdom for the coming decades, and how, for example, you can have anchor products like green steel or green cement or a decarbonized petrochemical sector, which then connected to decarbonized energy, supply, renewables or power with CCS, CCGT with CCS. There's also growing focus on process integration. For example, understanding that basically, operating plant as combined heat and power cogeneration plants, because there is a big potential, for example, not only recovering waste heat from the power plant itself, but also from the capture plant. So that's a very important concept, which has been obviously, I think, addressed in Norway and Scandinavian countries, where actually optimize, like the Stockholm Exergy plant, for example, where actually you can actually maximize and optimize the system by actually recovering waste heat from both the power plant as well as the capture plant. Obviously, in one case, in the cases of European cases, it's used for district heating, but where can it be used in the kingdom? It can be used, for example, for direct air capture. So this is a concept which CAPSAC is looking at, you can combine direct air capture systems operating on waste heat recovered from industrial plants. And finally, there is a strong recognition of obviously the system integration. I mentioned obviously energy efficiency. The kingdom has, industrial plants in the kingdom has very high efficiency, but also there is still scope to improve that. Overall, what the experience suggests is that CCS can play a very critical role, but only when deployed as part of an integrated system, supported by infrastructure, policy, regulation, and market development. And perhaps the key takeaway is that the challenge is not just about making the technology work. The CCS technology works, but about creating the conditions that allow it, basically, to scale in practice. Yes, as said in the opening session, there is a great need for global collaboration and knowledge sharing, dissemination, where strengths are identified in one country can again be shared, and obviously to facilitate the deployment of CCS in other countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Nasser, and I think I won't dwell in the interest of time, but plenty of food for thought there for the breakout sessions this afternoon regarding that support structure around this functioning technology. And with that, let me turn to our final panelist, Idalin, for your remarks, and then we'll turn to the floor. Idalin, over to you.
Thank you. Well, I recognize that a lot of my colleagues here talk about industrial partnership, and I would say that that's really something that we see as a key. Stegra was founded roughly 5 years ago, and by then with an interest from customers looking for green steel. Then we have the investors. Some of those were the same as customers, but of course other interested parties that wanted to invest into green transition and into green steel. And of course the people, and as was said just prior here, that the technology is already there. It was not maybe in Sweden at the moment, and the know-how of people who had built mini mills, for instance, was maybe not in Sweden at the point when we founded the company. But now we have people from over 55 different countries that has moved to Sweden to build this, who come with their key experiences from all over the globe in terms of both construction and, of course, operations. And something that I'm also extremely proud of is the enormous effort we have put into also not only sustainability from a green steel, green hydrogen and green iron point of view, but also from a sustainable society point of view. This type of investment, this is an investment of roughly 8 billion euros, ending up in a rather small municipality in the northern part of Sweden, where it is roughly 28,000 people living in that municipality, and that will likely expand with a couple of thousand in quite a short time. This means that not only industrial collaboration will be needed, but also collaboration over with the municipality, with the region, with other companies, both locally, national, that want to build houses, for instance, and to make sure that people are engaged in the community and that they feel that they are a part of this. It was also mentioned we have a close collaboration also with the closest Sami village, which is also, of course, an important part of social sustainability and to have discussions with them as well. We have actually built a lookout tower close to site, so people both locally, but we also have a lot of guests from both national and international coming to Boden to look at this the enormous construction project that we're in the middle of right now. So you can actually see this and you can get some information firsthand by just looking out over it's roughly 300 hectares of land. So I think that just with the industrial partnership, extremely important. And as was mentioned from Norway also, I mean, we have a similar situation with a lot of hydrogen. So all the electricity that we will use will be renewable. Primarily hydropower, but also, of course, wind power. And another thing that's quite, I would say that's actually the first one, at least in Sweden, that we will have a zero liquid discharge system, which might be more familiar for you, Eleni. I think it's more common in some of the African countries where there is maybe lesser amounts of water available. So that is also something that I'm extremely proud of that we actually have used. So it made our environmental permitting process much easier when we could say that we will not let out any processed water. It will just be reused over and over again. Of course also, I would say collaboration is key. This project would not have been possible to perform without collaboration, both over industries, but of course also with the communities. I think it's very interesting also to hear when we're talking about, circularity in general. Of course, we are also looking into, we will have enormous amounts of slag in the future and what can be done. Cement industry is one area that it might be able to be used with. So we are working both with the partners outside of the steel industry to have a look at what can be done with the byproducts. And that also goes, of course, with district heating. Where we can collaborate both with the local energy companies, but it's also a matter of making, this is roughly, it's less than 1 hour south of the Arctic Circle by car. So we are also, we have had a lot of interesting meetings with other companies that would like to have greenhouses, large-scale greenhouses where they can use some of the district heating that we will produce. So I think that to broader the view has been really really crucial for us, but still maintain that Stegra's, we're building the 3 platforms. We will have the green hydrogen, we will have the green iron, and we will have the green steel. And in the same time that we're constructing that and building that, we're also constructing a digital factory, which is extremely important for us as well. So we will be able to follow up on more things than what you have been able maybe to do in a traditional steel plant when we have the ability to build this from scratch. So I think that's my concluding remarks. Collaboration.
Thank you. Yes, I think certainly a key point there, Idalin, and I'm glad you mentioned as well the social sustainability and biodiversity to an extent angle on this, which Eline mentioned as well with the work in Namibia on the social and environmental strategic assessments. Let me stop there then and go to if we have any questions in the room before I conclude. I see a hand from the Dominican Republic. If it is possible to have a microphone passed to the colleague. Oh, excuse me, there's a stand for intervention.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. The Dominican Republic would like to express a sincere appreciation to the organizers for this Climate Week here in Jeosu and the Republic of Korea for hosting us. Thank you as well for the panelists for your insightful intervention. From the perspective of the Dominican Republic, emissions from IPPU sector represents 10.5% of national GHG emissions, which is around 5,000 kilotons CO2 equivalent, and almost 2,000 kiloton CO2 equivalent comes from cement industry. And this highlights the critical importance for addressing emissions for clinker production. In the light of the solutions presented by UNIDO, including limestone calcinated clay cement, could you please share examples from developing countries where clinker substitution or similar low carbon technologies have been successfully deployed at scale? And for us, it will be very interesting from UNIDO to listen examples in the Latin America and the Caribbean region. The second question is, are there examples where international cooperation has supported early stage deployment of these technologies in a cooperative way with both public and private sectors articulated? Which means for us, it will be interesting to know if agencies like GAC, FIAP, or EDIO, or any other agencies could actually cooperate with the Dominican Republic, or it has already done with other regions. And the last question is, which financial mechanism approach do you suggest developing economies should go forward to start right away implementing these technologies presented here? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to the delegate from the Dominican Republic. Let me turn, Nurzat, I think, to you for reflections on those points.
Thank you so much, and it's actually a very good question and a very good way to, what I wanted to add to my presentation is that these building blocks of decarbonization, the next step for the country, what we recommend is it's actually developing sector-specific roadmaps to understand which technology levers would make most sense for the sectors that you have in place and for your country context. So specifically for cement sector decarbonization, this is where we would start always start with the roadmap development for cement sector decarbonization in the context of Dominican Republic. Having said that, we more or less know those big levers of decarbonization for the cement sector. This is what we call SCM, supplementary cementitious materials, and then calcinated clay is one of those materials that can reduce the clinker content. It's a technology, as I said, it's could be applicable basically in all countries and has a great potential for reducing CO2 emissions. Another lever for decarbonizing cement sector emissions is alternative fuels or co-processing, utilizing waste in the production. Another lever would be the CCS, targeting the residual unavoidable emissions, but that requires long-term planning, careful actually planning, maybe more active engagement from the government side, recognizing that this is a very complex technology that has a lot of actors engaged. And taking this opportunity, actually would like to invite you to regional dialogue that we will be hosting in Latin America on low carbon cement. It will be taking place in Santiago, Chile, where we will spend basically 3 days only looking how to decarbonize cement sector in Latin American Caribbean region by looking at the various initiatives taking place in the region, also looking from the technology, policy and finance options that are available there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Norzat. I think the microphone's starting to cut out a little bit as a reminder that this is almost the end of the session and a time for us to conclude. We do have 2 minutes left in case anyone wants to put a question to the floor, and then we won't have time necessarily to address it, but I'm sure that the colleagues that are here with us in person would be able to address. I see no hands in the room, so I'm going to take that as an opportunity then just to conclude with 1 minute remaining. So I think we have a break for about 20 minutes before coming back into the room. Just to, first of all, of course, thank the panelists as well as Norzat for the presentation, for their engagement on this subject. I think this is a quite exciting moment, if I can use that word, with regards to the topic of industrial decarbonisation and this broader ambition of green industrialisation. We're seeing a lot of leadership, not just through the deliberations taking place within the UNFCCC, but also certainly the leadership of Australia, Turkey, and Brazil, who've done a lot of work to bring this to the floor. So very much looking forward to the discussions, both in the next session and then in the breakthroughs this afternoon. So allow me to conclude just by asking you to give a big round of applause to our panelists and to Norzat. I don't know if I'm supposed to wrap up now, but I think it's I think it's break time. I see someone coming to the stage.
Thank you so much. You did very well in wrapping this up. Colleagues, there is coffee outside. May I ask you to be back in 15 minutes, and then we continue with the next session, and after that we go for lunch. But as for now, please grab some coffee, especially those that had a long journey to get here. I can see some tired eyes.
think. Okay, colleagues, would you mind to take your seats? We are going to start with our second synthetic presentation and our panel discussion. First of all, let me thank all these presenters and panelists for the last session, especially some of them from Sweden, from Namibia, from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They are working in the midnight to support us. I think it's very valuable. And of course, the moderators and also other panelists. So for this session, we would like to invite Ms. Mina Iwamoto-Berko, the Senior Director from the EDF, to help us to moderate this session. And the panelist of this session will be Adriana de Medeiros Gabriel from Brazil. I hope my pronunciation is acceptable to you. Thank you so much. Would you mind to come to the podium? Oh. Oh. Bern reminds me that I have to get you a background about the topic of this of this session. So just to remind everyone, this session is about enabling mitigation ambition and the implementation in industries drawing on national and regional experiences. And of course, as said, we will start with sensitive presentation and to be followed by the panel discussion. And first of all, I would like now to invite Rachel Howard, the Director, Asia Pacific Industrial Transition Accelerator, to give us a sensitive presentation. Please, Rachel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Gao. Thank you, Angela, for setting up this 7th dialogue. It's a real privilege to be here in Yasu, in a city whose industrial story mirrors exactly the transition that we are here to discuss. I want to acknowledge what is happening as we stand here in April 2026 amidst a fuel crisis. Something important is shifting in how we talk about mitigation. We know it's no longer just a climate story, but it is increasingly a national resilience story. As 75% of the world's population live in countries that are net fossil fuel importers, the current fuel crisis is causing energy price spikes, which feed into our transport, industry, fertilizer supply chains, and food production. And this is not just a brief disruption that they can shrug off. Energy and food security is now at the centre of conversations around the world, and those conversations are turning towards the role of clean industry. Clean industry has moved decisively from a climate aspiration to a national resilience and economic strategy. Let me share with you a number that provides good reason for pause. Nearly $2 trillion. That is the scale of the investment opportunity in clean industry that the Industrial Transition Accelerator is tracking today. Now, this is not forecast for the 2030s. This is live, it is on the ground, and it is happening in nearly 70 countries. Our global project tracker now counts more than 1,000 commercial-scale clean industry plants in development worldwide. 144 are already operational in this list, or they are financed and ready for construction. Now, roughly $250 billion has already been committed by first movers, despite every geopolitical headwind that we can imagine. And nowhere is that shift more visible than in fertilisers. Countries that have spent decades importing grey ammonia are now backing green ammonia as both a climate solution and a sovereign capability, securing the food system while building a new export industry. Ammonia, here, our top pipeline, has 21 projects already financed, with a further 370 in the pipeline. And if fully developed, it would mitigate 83% of emissions from that sector today. Across the sectors, if we simply finished what is already announced, we unlock nearly a gigaton of CO2 mitigation per year, about 10% of the emissions from these sectors. But we also set the stage for exponential development after the 2030s. So I want to share our observations from the global jurisdictions that we as the Industrial Transition Accelerator work in. We have observed 3 critical enablers for implementation. First is framing. Clean industry is now understood as the 3rd pillar alongside doubling of energy efficiency and tripling up of renewables. Almost every updated NDC names industry as a priority, and this is up from fewer than half in the last cycle. Second is green demand. Projects don't fail because the technology doesn't work. They fail because the demand for low-carbon commodities at a premium isn't there. Green public procurement, mandatory quotas, product standards, life cycle carbon limits are what turn a pipeline into bankable projects. The toolkit exists and it is being picked up. The third is targeted finance. Clean ammonia, clean steel, low carbon fuels, they are multi-hundred to multi-billion-dollar propositions. They need concessional capital, blended structures, and importantly, de-risking instruments like contracts for difference, like guarantee funds. And increasingly, this is exactly what governments and NDBs are putting on the table. I want to share now some country observations. If we start with Brazil, where we've been working with the government and other partners for several years. At COP30, the Ministry of Industry published the country's first national industrial decarb strategy. Several flagship actions came, and this was directly from some of the ground truth that the ITA was able to provide. This includes aligning the National Monitoring, Reporting and Verification System with the Green Seal program, which can facilitate green procurement, redirecting the National Climate Change Fund through the Brazilian Development Bank towards clean industry, and CapEx tax exemptions for green fertiliser. In parallel, Brazil has overhauled grid access. This importantly moved from a first-come, first-served basis to a merit-based allocation, preventing immature projects from holding up the access queue. The ITA is now working with government and financial institutions on a first-of-a-kind guarantee fund for green fertiliser. Green fertiliser can be produced competitively using renewable energy and displace imported fossil fuel ammonia. However, new projects are exposed to volatile prices, and they need a price floor that their lenders for this large-scale upfront capex can rely on. A guarantee fund gives projects like Atlas Agro the revenue floor they need to be able to reach FID. So in Brazil, this is what systematic enablement looks like when policy, government, and industry pull in the same direction. Over in Australia, my home jurisdiction, since 2023, the government has stood up the Jet Zero Council, a $1.1 billion clean fuels program, a guarantee of origin scheme, and a $250 million innovation fund as part of the flagship industrial policy, the Future Made in Australia. Thanks to this galvanising push, there's nearly a dozen sustainable aviation fuel projects in the pipeline, and proponents are putting, by our estimates, between $1 and $3 billion on the table of their own capital to develop these projects. 80% of the projects already have land and permitting underway. But the missing piece, and this is well understood in Canberra, is compliance-grade demand. This is the next policy step. It's actively being worked on and following the lead of neighbours like Singapore, who we'll hear from in the panel today. But I want to share some practical ground truth. We've engaged with almost all of those dozen proponents in the sustainable aviation fuel pipeline in the last 6 to 8 weeks since the fuel crisis. And nearly half those projects tell us that they need to raise fresh capital in the next 6 to 9 months. If no demand signal lands in that window, those teams ramp down. And once a project closes, contagion can spread to others and investors can rotate elsewhere. So the question government have been putting to industry is this: what is the minimum signal that keeps projects maturing even before binding offtake is possible? And the answer is clear. It's an announced mechanism with a timeline. Unfortunately, not another consultation round. So that's a manageable political ask, and I know the challenges in market of introducing some of these measures, particularly amid a cost of living crisis. But there are manageable things that can be done that keep the billions of dollars of private capital in the game. So to finish, I want to impress on you all as you sit here and listen to the potential for mitigation and implementation, that this is a decisive decade. The picture is clear. There's 1,000 projects in the pipeline. There's a gigaton of mitigation within reach. There's 3 enablers that we know how to pull, and there's live proof points from Brazil to Australia and here in Korea. And they work when governments and industry pull together in the same direction. Every tonne of mitigation is also a market, a job, a new industrial capability. And the task for you all is to transform the climate challenge into an economic opportunity. And I know the countries in this room are the ones who can do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel, and also please, Rachel, for staying with us for the panel discussion. I would like now to invite our moderator and also our panelists to share with us more experiences on how to enable the mitigation ambition and the implementation. So as just said, our moderator will be Mina from the EDF, and we will invite Adriana from Brazil, and we also have Dingane Siho from Zimbabwe who will participate online. We will have Katie Harris, the Senior Policy Fellow, and Philip Sanchez, the Partnerships Lead from the Lead It, and will join virtually. And we will have Leo Hum, the Senior Managing Consultant from the South Pole. And we will have the Jenny Lam Hing Po, the Permanent Secretary, the Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management, and Climate Change from Mauritius. So may I invite the panelists to come to the podium, and of course invite our moderator Mina to moderate. Thank you.
Right. Well, welcome everyone to this panel on enabling mitigation and implementation in industries. In the previous discussion, we explored technology, options, and trends, and this session basically picks up where that leaves us, and asks a slightly different, more practical question, perhaps, on what actually enables deployment. to happen on the ground. And thank you, Rachel. Her scene-setting presentation already touched on the key themes, I believe, that we'll explore throughout this panels. That highlighted that many of the tools and policy instruments, finance mechanism needed for industrial decarbonization already exist or are within our reach. And so the challenge that we now are faced with is perhaps not invention, but implementation, aligning policies, institutions, finance, capacity, and cooperation within industry and governments in ways that work across very different national and regional contexts. And so we have a wonderful panel here today, bringing together different perspectives from governments and international cooperation platforms, business networks, and market practitioners to explore what has worked in practice and what has proven difficult or challenging, and perhaps most importantly, what lessons can help others strengthen enabling environments for industry transition. So to orient us for this panel, I'll start with a very brief framing question for all of our panelists. Please note that we have a handful of panelists online. So I'd ask each of you, since time is a little bit tight, so I'll ask each of you to keep your questions, to your answers rather brief, for about 3 minutes. We'll have follow-up questions which allow for a more deeper dive exploration of your experience. But if you, I think we're starting with Katie, but the opening question is for all of you. If you could briefly introduce your national, regional, or organizational experience with enabling environments for decarbonizing industries, and the context that you are speaking from, and probably the primary dimension of the enabling environment your experience relates to. So, Katie, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mina, and it is a pleasure and honor to be with you all today, dialing in from Sweden. I'm speaking from the perspective of the Leadership Group for Industry Transition, or LEADIT, and we work directly with governments and industry to support the decarbonisation of heavy industries. Our experience sits at the intersection of policy, of finance, and of international cooperation. And today, my colleague Felipe and I will be talking about how to build an enabling environment through country platforms, international partnerships, and coalition-based collaboration. As Rachel laid out so clearly in her opening presentation, despite undoubtable challenges, the context we see today is one of real momentum. The net zero transition of heavy industries that was once seen as extremely difficult is now advancing rapidly. This momentum is driving a proliferation of initiatives, country platforms, business matchmakers, and membership-based coalitions are expanding across the world. However, this growth also brings risks. Without the exchange of lessons, the landscape can become fragmented, limiting the ability to scale what works. At the same time, we know that structural barriers remain particularly acute in emerging markets and developing economies. These include limited access to affordable finance, gaps in technology availability, and capacity constraints within institutions. Addressing these systemic challenges is central to creating an effective enabling environment. To address these challenges and share lessons learned, LEADIT really welcomes strengthened knowledge exchange between country platforms, business matchmaking initiatives, and membership-based coalitions under the Mitigation Work Programme in 2026. And a little later, I'll share some of the key lessons that we've learned under LEADIT's own industry transition partnership between Sweden and India that was launched at COP28. LEADIT's industry transition partnerships focus on 4 enabling dimensions. First, strengthening policy and institutional frameworks through a whole of government approach.
Second, unlocking pilot and demonstration projects for breakthrough technologies. And you'll hear more about this later from us, particularly in hard-to-abate sectors like steel and cement. We also foster collaboration in innovation, research and development, and capacity building, and critically work to mobilize finance, including through public funding, carbon markets, and international support. So in practice, this means for us coordinating among ministries and agencies across India and Sweden, facilitating matchmaking between Indian and Swedish companies, building capacity among policymakers and industry representatives, for instance, on regulation and the implications for business, and identifying concrete financial support mechanisms. Early results from this approach include 7 pre-pilot projects that involve 18 companies, alongside a whole host of delegations, site visits, and matchmaking missions. So in essence, we look forward to lots of discussion about the opportunities and challenges afforded by such country platforms and partnerships for industrial decarbonisation over the coming hours and days. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Katie, for those opening remarks, which I think provide a really good perspective. I'm going to move this question quickly over to Adriana from Brazil.
Good morning. I'd like to I'd like to begin by quickly expressing my gratitude for this invitation. So I'd like to thank the Secretariat and the co-chairs, Gao and Angela, and also expressing the gratitude for the Korean government for organizing this meeting. So thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. So Brazil's experience highlights the importance of the existence of a strong regulatory framework, was what was highlighted in the scene setting. And for that, we consider crucial to develop a stable decision-making structure, but also credible strategies expressed by short-term initiatives and also long-term legislation. In Brazil's case, the framework for industrial decarbonization is anchored in the National Policy on Climate Change, which is a federal law whose principles are rooted both in the federal constitution and in international agreements that includes the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement. So building on this policy, the climate plan was developed as a national blueprint for achieving Brazil's NDCs. The governance structure for its development and implementation is led by an interministerial committee for climate composed by 23 ministers, including environment, energy, industry, and foreign affairs. And this committee is responsible for the approval, monitoring, and implementation of 3 pillars for the climate plan. 4 cross-cutting plans that include education, means of implementation, women and just transitions and climate justice, 1 climate adaptation plan, and 1 mitigation plan composed by 8 sectorial plans. And one of these 8 plans is the sectorial mitigation plan for the industry that was mentioned. This sectorial plan comprises actions in energy, transportation, IPPU, and waste that are related to the industrial production in Brazil. So finally answering to the question, within this structure of the climate, the International Committee for Climate, my primary contribution in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs lies at the intersection of national and international dimensions for the national governance. At the national dimension, as part of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I contributed in the technical level for supporting the ministry, exercising its seat both at the political and executive levels for the committee. At the international side, I participate in the effort of bringing the national decision makers the opportunities and the commitments with regards of advancing decarbonization for the whole economy, including the industrial sector. So it's a pleasure to be here and also learn a little bit more regarding the opportunities that we have ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana. I look forward to hearing a little bit more in the follow-up questions about cross-ministerial coordination challenge within this such a regulatory framework. Let's move on, and I would like to move to Leon.
Hi. It's great to be here with you all. An honor. Thank you to the organizers of the MWP and the co-chairs, Angela and Gao Xiang, and to Korea as well for putting this together. I'm representing South Pole, and I'll introduce South Pole later as a senior managing consultant, but I'm also a delegate with the Singapore delegation. I'll be speaking to the financing dimension of enabling conditions. There'll be speakers on policy and technology, and I'll be focused on finance, and specifically in finance, amongst public, private, and carbon financing. I'll be focused on carbon financing in particular as a novel financing mechanism for industry. But first, a quick personal introduction. I've spent a decade in climate action, and I've had the privilege to work across all three of these dimensions and all financing avenues, so in policy, technology, and finance. So I started as a policymaker in the Singapore government working on industrial decarb climate policies, and then started a venture tech climate company building technology solutions for the cold refrigerated supply chain. And then now I'm in carbon finance. So first, I think I know how rare it is to have all perspectives in a room, so thank you to the MWP committee and co-chairs for bringing us together. I think it's super valuable. But also across these experiences, I've seen how public finance and public money and investment is used to catalyze technologies, especially in early stage of technology readiness levels. I've seen trying to raise funds for the technology company that I ran, how difficult it might be to make the case for private sector investment. And then now in South Pole, seeing how carbon financing can be another piece in a blended financing framework for industrial decarb to accelerate action. So that's on me, but a quick introduction for South Pole for those who are not familiar. We are a 20-year-old Switzerland headquartered provider of global sustainability financing solutions and services with more than 600 experts across 30 countries. And throughout these 2 decades, we have grown with, and I would say really helped to shape the evolution of carbon markets globally. So just to illustrate that, in 2007, we handled the first ever international Kyoto carbon credit transfer. And in 2008, we were the first company globally to retire carbon credits, making sure that they cannot be resold. And to present day, more recently in 2022, we launched NextGen, the world's first procurement fund for certified removal credits. And in 2023, we helped deliver the world's first Paris Agreement, Article 6.2 transactions between the governments of Thailand and Switzerland. Over that 2 decades, we've mobilized climate finance for more than 850 climate action projects globally in more than 50 countries and contributed to more than 200 million metric tons of CO2 abated. Specific to today's topic on industrial decarbonization, South Pole has, I'm working in an initiative in South Pole called the Asia Center of Carbon Excellence. This is supported by Temasek subsidiary Gen Zero as well as Singapore government. And the Asia Center of Carbon Excellence, or ACE initiative, focuses on unlocking carbon finance for industrial decarbonization projects, specifically in power, cement, steel, and hydrogen. And I'll speak to some of these types of projects a bit later on in my remarks. So thanks for having me, and I look forward to the discussion today.
Thank you, Leon. We're going to move next to one of our virtual participants again, Dingane. If you could share a little bit about the specific enabling environment that you'll be speaking about later during this panel, that'd be great.
Good day, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Dingane Stole is my name, and I'm speaking to you from Zimbabwe. It's early morning here, and I'm the Executive Director of the Business Council for Sustainable Development Zimbabwe, which is a CEO-led business member organization, and we are a network partner of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, with over 33 years in operation, formed in 1993, soon after the Rio 8 Summit. We are operating in a developing country context, developing economy, where industrial decarbonization is not just an environmental necessity, but presents a core business imperative. Just to inform the participants, in Zimbabwe, we will face some acute energy challenges, insecurity, both the supply and sometimes the quality. And of late, we have also experienced a new challenge, which is the threat to the hydropower, which has been contributing over 50% of our energy or in our energy mix. As the BCSDZ, we are actively driving the transition to sustainable energy through several initiatives. And this we do through our technical committees. And we have been working on initiatives like the Green Industry Initiative, supported technically by UNIDO. And that's where I'm drilling out the issues of energy efficiency, where we have collaborated with government in upscaling, piloting and upscaling energy efficiency in industry. So coming to the policy, which becomes obviously the enabling environment, what we have experienced in Zimbabwe is quite some movement, especially at central government level, with Vision 2030 of an upper middle income economy by 2030, which is supported by two national development strategies. National Development Strategy 2, which has been a successor of NDS 1, and NDS 2 is starting 2026 through 2030. And we also have a national climate policy and other supporting initiatives, obviously like the NDC. We are also currently working on the climate bill. And some significant development also happened last year, the carbon markets framework, as well as SI 48 on carbon trading. But while the central government has also been moving, there are also sector-specific policies, the renewable energy policies, energy efficiency policies, as well as the industrial development policy too. Let me end by talking about what we are then doing at industry level. As the BCSDZ, we developed our code on sustainability, which includes energy efficiency. And I can also inform the House that we have some sector-specific movement. Typically, the mining industry have also recently concluded their own code on the mining industry, and within them, they also look at industrial decarbonization. So in summary, I am speaking to movement at national or central government level, at sector level, but also industry coming in to complement government efforts with some codes which complement what government is doing. And this we have seen yielding some significant impact in terms of decarbonization. I submit. Looking forward to hearing from others and also involving in some dialogue on the same or related issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tingane, for joining us very early morning your time. I look forward to hearing more about the circular economy approaches throughout this panel. And you've been very patient, Jane. We'd love to hear about the enabling environments that you'll be discussing today. Thanks.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. So on behalf of Mauritius, I want to thank the organizers and the Korean government for giving us the opportunity to attend the Climate Week. As a small island development state, Mauritius has prepared and submitted its NDC 3.0 last year. So there are a lot of initiatives for the decarbonization of the manufacturing sector, aviation sector, of the port, and also decarbonization through digitalization. So renewable energy is high on the agenda of government, and with the help of World Bank, we are in the process of finalizing our investment and implementation plan to be expected by May and June this year. I would also, as a permanent secretary, head of the Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change, I'm the national focal point. I'm also the chairperson of the Climate Change Committee, established under the Climate Change Act, and we coordinate all the initiatives taken by line ministries in order to achieve our targets of the NDC. What I would like to emphasize here is I would have also to share the progress of Mauritius in the IPPU sector, refrigeration and air conditioning. So we have already completed, and we have also a governance framework. We have set up a national ozone unit at the ministry, where we have had regulations like the Dangerous Chemicals Control Board, Custom Department to give financial clearance, detaxation of natural-based refrigerant in equipment. We also have established a good regulatory instruments. So we have regulations for the Consumer Protection Control of Import, Dangerous Chemicals Control Act. Capacity building is also one important component. So there's continuous training of trainers and also provision of recovery units and training on how to use them. So this is also free of charge. The training is provided free of charge to enable maximum participation. Every year we also celebrate the World Ozone Day with workshops with target audience. Our challenges for Mauritius would be that we are a small market. So it's a bit difficult to get companies of refrigerators and air conditions working on ozone and climate-friendly refrigerants. There's also no direct interest to industrialists and consumers. And also we have noticed that there's also a high cost of investment and unwillingness of the industry to shift. Unavailability of new technologies, but the lessons learned is that we need to provide incentives to enable better penetration, have regular training for new entrants, continuous sensitization for the general public, and also demonstration projects for confidence building. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Let's see. All right, now it's the time where we get to learn a little bit more about your experiences, and I'm going to go back to Katie and Felipe, who are with us online. And I just love to learn a little bit more about your experience in facilitating cooperation and what that actually looks like in practice, including through partnerships that you mentioned earlier, but also capacity building and knowledge exchange. In your point of view, what have been the most effective approaches to supporting countries and companies, and in developing enabling environments for industrial decarbonization? And I'm sure you mentioned it anyway, but please touch a little bit on the challenges and barriers that you are encountering.
Thanks so much, Mina. I will take this question, and then my colleague Felipe will come in later by just sharing one key insight. But I'd like to highlight 10 key lessons that we've drawn from designing and operating the international partnership that I introduced earlier. I will only say a sentence on each. But first, on what enables success. So one, high-level political commitment and endorsement is critical. When partnerships are backed by heads of government, so at the highest level, it sustains momentum, strengthens accountability, and keeps actors engaged even when challenges arise. Two, early clarity on financial support makes a significant difference. Signaling or securing funding upfront helps to accelerate project design and development, and also creates incentives to focus discussions and clarify concrete opportunities for collaboration. Three, strong business engagement is essential. Without direct and continuous involvement from industry, these initiatives risk becoming platforms for dialogue rather than vehicles for real-world implementation. 4, a focus on actual industrial projects is key. Concentrating on the delivery of real decarbonisation projects that are aligned with national priorities and international interests significantly strengthens credibility and impact and keeps both governments and companies committed. 5, technology demonstration and learning play central roles. Testing and validating key technologies in situ is an essential first step that should form a critical part of future project pipelines. More on this from my colleague Felipe later. 6, balancing bilateral and multilateral cooperation is advantageous. Some country partnerships leverage bilateral support, others focus on strengthening multilateral cooperation. Our experience suggests that combining both approaches is likely to be the most effective. So alongside these 6 enabling factors, I'm just going to highlight 4 important challenges to navigate. So lesson number 7, cross-country coordination and alignment is resource intensive. Aligning multiple ministries, agencies and private actors requires dedicated capacity and sustained effort. 8, cross-government engagement does not come automatically. Success depends on maintaining active involvement from a range of ministries, linking political leadership with technical expertise. 9, there is an inherent tension between corporate and public interest. Companies focus on their own projects and competitive interests, while governments aim for sector-wide innovation and transformation. Effective partnerships need to carefully balance both. And finally, 10, overcoming protracted concerns around technology deployment and finance remains a challenge. The speed and scale of technology deployment or capital mobilization may be frustratingly slow, while industry-wide scale-up from proprietary projects is far from straightforward. Managing expectations through a flexible and adaptive approach, fully owned and championed by the respective governments, is critical. Thanks so much. Back to the floor.
Thank you, Katie, for going through a very comprehensive list of items and including challenges. I think there's a lot of the pieces. I was reminded that Rachel was mentioned when it comes to systematic enablement and making sure all of the pieces actually work together and work towards the same direction. Speaking of that, Adriana, I'm going to come back to you and would love to hear more about the set of national plans and strategies that are quite impressive that Brazil has developed, and hear a little bit more about your, national experience and to develop and developing these frameworks, and what has the process been. I'm sure you have a lot to share there in terms of translating these national plans into practice. And of course, if you could share a little bit about your experience on what has worked and maybe not so much, and any lessons learned for the other regions here today.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this question. I'll try to organize this answer based on elements that we understood that works or worked for. Some valuable lessons learned, and finally challenges that we see ahead and that are also shared and can be shared by other members. So as I briefly noted in the first intervention, Brazil's experience underscores the importance of a strong governance, which depends on a coordination across multiple ministries, environment, foreign affairs, energy and industry, but also a set of regulatory agencies, subnational governments, and also the private sector. The absence of a clear governance structure for industrial transition can hinder coordinated implementation and limit the ability to respond swiftly to emerging bottlenecks. So I would frame our experience, as I said, in 3 parts, and regarding what we see as elements that work, I think that sectorial planning must be grounded in each country's specific context, allowing national priorities to determine how the economy can be decarbonized based on the context and the possibilities of each country. And that includes the pace and the pathways for each sector, given the specific challenge that cannot be efficiently tackled by using approach. So in the case of Brazil, for example, a great part of our strategy for decarbonizing industrial sector considers the specific context regarding energy. The electric grid, the electric matrix in Brazil is mostly renewable already based on hydropower. So the decarbonization for the industry could not rely as much on changing the energy system on that. So we need to think about other processes or other factors of the industrial production that can be still decarbonized. Among the most valuable lessons learned, I would stress the participation of the productive sectors in building legitimacy and ensuring ownership of this process. I believe that at this point speaks with Norway's intervention in the first panel regarding the project on cement and CCS. So our institutional arrangement for developing the sectoral mitigation plan for the industry included, in addition of the several ministries that I already mentioned, industry associations and civil society organizations. To this end, within the Ministry of Industry, a technical committee for low carbon industry was created, establishing a dedicated working group to ensure that there was continuous engagement between these several industrial sector associations, both in a national level and also in subnational levels. The process also benefits from the involvement of representatives from the National Council for Industrial Development, which is not dedicated for green industrialization, but that is already organized as a forum for dialogue for industrial development. This initiative was essential to, as I noted, ensure ownership of the challenges, but also to create stable channels for dialogue between the government and the private sector. And finally, regarding the challenges that we foresee ahead in this moment of implementation, it is important to recognize that there are uncertainties associated with the fact that some solution relies on technologies that are not yet fully mature, or if they are mature, are hard to scale up because of the capital needed to invest. So the effectiveness of the global efforts to mitigate GHG in industry depends highly on the existence of these enabling technologies and financing for research. In this regard, the sharing of technology, knowledge, and innovation plays a strategic role in accelerating the transition to low-carbon production and guarantee that it happens in a fair and equitable manner. We understand that now developing countries face two possible paths ahead for their exercising their right to development. The first one is by using cheaper, available carbon-intensive technologies, and the second one is by using less carbon-intensive new technologies. But for the second one to be a real feasible option, these technologies need to be accessible in financial terms and, when possible, fit for national realities. And with this note, I'd like to recall that technology transfer for developing countries is a crucial aspect for enabling the transition in industry. And this is not about charity or about cooperation or favors. It's about a shared goal that we have ahead, which is making sustainable development possible. In sum, for enabling environment for the transition, strong regulatory governance and credible national strategies are fundamental, but without technology transfer, their goals are limited. Thus, international cooperation, as already mentioned here in this panel, is crucial to amplify synergies with national stakeholders, sending stronger investment signals and enabling economies of scale, thereby reducing costs and accelerating implementation. This may occur through partnerships and technical assistance, facilitated by multilateral, bilateral, or dedicated mechanism. So finally, with a robust regulatory framework in place that includes the Brazilian investment platform, the new industry plan, the carbon market national system, and the climate plan, Brazil is now more than ever, ready to cooperate and scale up the implementation of technologies that we need to move forward toward a sustainable development. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Adriana. Yeah, it sounds like there's a lot on institutional coordination, but it also sounds like technology transfer and the delivery of capacity, and of course international cooperation are just as critical as national plans. Leon, let's go back to finance. Carbon markets and carbon pricing are increasingly part of the enabling environment for industrial decarbonization. There's financing tools, but also policy incentives. Can you tell us from your experience with working with industrial actors and governments, what has that revealed about how carbon markets are actually functioning in practice as an enabler?
Well, that's a very rich question, and I like how the previous presenters organized their responses systematically. So I'm going to try to answer in 5 parts in 5 minutes. And hopefully the message becomes a bit clearer. The first part is, from our experience at South Pole, carbon finance is needed as a complementary financing tool to public finance and private finance because of unique characteristics that it has, particularly that it is uniquely resilient, fit for purpose, and scalable. So that's point one, that we've observed that carbon finance is a necessary complementary financing tool to public and private finance. The second point that I'll touch on is that, as many in the room will know, as policymakers, carbon markets are growing and maturing over the past few years, particularly in compliance markets under Article 6 and CORSIA, and that is driving growing demand for carbon credits, which in turn means a growing source of finance for industrial decarbonization. So point 2 is that carbon finance is growing and maturing. Point 3 that I will touch on is that carbon finance is actually established as a carbon financing tool for industrial decarbonization, and that I've observed that may be a surprise to some people in the room, but it is established particularly in cement, but it needs to increase in scope to other industrial sectors beyond cement, like steel, hydrogen, and also needs to increase in scale. And I'll talk about some projects later. And then 4th point is I'll touch on 3 challenges that we've observed at South Pole that's preventing carbon finance from being unlocked for industrial decarb, particularly awareness, methodology, readiness, and carbon, and the need for blended financing tools beyond just carbon and integrating public and private financing sources as well. And then in response to these 3 challenges, just 3 corresponding lessons that we can take away to accelerate climate action. Okay, so those are the 5 messages. First, on our observation that carbon finance is needed, just to level set on the size of the problem, right? The Climate Policy Initiative published a study last year showing that there is a gap of $550 billion a year in necessary financing for industrial decarbonization. And it only received $27 billion in the year 2023. So that's the scale of the challenge that we face. And I think our observation is between public, private and carbon financing, carbon finance can play a unique role in complementing the other two streams of finance. First, I think it's particularly resilient. We've seen in the last few months and years that public investment in the form of policy support, in the form of overseas development assistance, can change with political winds and competing priorities. And then same with private finance, that can also change with competing opportunities for investment, and it may not always go to climate where it is urgently needed. But carbon finance, and in particular the growing compliance carbon markets, is resilient by design against these shifting priorities and competing interests because it is built on the foundation of pricing in the negative externality of carbon emissions. The second is that we've observed that carbon finance is quite fit for purpose for the stage of development where industrial decarb solutions are at, right? So what I mean by this is in public finance and public investment, that often catalyzes early development of technologies, maybe a TRL level of 1 to 5, whereas private finance looks for de-risked investment opportunities where the return is a bit clearer and where scale has been demonstrated, so a TRL level of 8 or 9. But we see a lot of industrial decarb technologies across cement, steel, and hydrogen stuck at the TRL 6, 7, and 8 levels. And this is where we think carbon finance can play a significant role. And that's because increasingly compliance carbon market buyers are looking for volume and scale, which means that projects need to demonstrate their technical scalability. But to access carbon finance, as many of us will know, you need to demonstrate financial additionality. Basically, your solutions need to be technically viable already, but commercially unviable. And that's what we call in carbon market parlance financial additionality, right? And that precisely describes technologies at the stage of TRL level 6, 7, and 8, where carbon finance can play this fit-for-purpose role. And finally, because it is a market mechanism, we see carbon finance more, perhaps even more so than public or private finance, as being particularly scalable once the market mechanisms kick in and are well-functioning. And that's to my next point, second point, that carbon markets are growing and maturing. So just a few points here that we see 3 broad trends in compliance carbon markets that's leading to growing demand for such credits. The first is that countries are continuing to raise their climate ambition, and that's many of the delegates and representatives here who can speak to that, which means that there'll be more credit demand under Article 6 to fulfill NDCs. The second is that more countries are implementing carbon pricing schemes. So there are currently 80 carbon pricing instruments globally, up from 75 in 2024, including 37 emissions trading schemes and 43 carbon tax systems, and that covers 28% of global emissions. What's notable under carbon pricing schemes is that we're seeing them expand to cover industrial decarbonization. So Europe's ETS is expanding to cover maritime, buildings, and road transport. China's ETS has recently been expanded to cover industrial sectors of cement, steel, and aluminium. And in Asia specifically, where my work focuses, we see India, Indonesia implementing their ETS and Vietnam piloting theirs recently. The third trend that is leading to growing demand for compliance carbon credits and hence increasing carbon finance is an important one, which is the integration between carbon markets and these carbon pricing schemes. So for example, the EU now allows a contribution towards the 2040 climate target of high quality international credits under Article 6 of up to 5% of the 1990 EU net emissions. Another example of this integration between carbon markets and carbon pricing schemes is Singapore allowing for the use of international carbon credits by carbon tax liable companies based in Singapore for, again, to offset up to 5% of their carbon tax obligation. More recently, we've seen China release certain statements around the adoption of rules for international carbon trade that will come out in 2026, and we are actively on the lookout for that as potentially another demand source for international carbon credits. And we know the scale of emissions in China, and so what that might mean for a source of demand. And finally, the EU CBAM is entering its operationalization phase. And there are discussions around the use of high-quality compliance carbon credits to offset certain CBAM liabilities and obligations as well. And finally, on demand growing, CORSIA is maturing, and that's the offsetting scheme for the aviation sector. And we expect that to create a demand for credits between 105 and 236 million tons of CO2 over the next few years. So all of this means basically a growing source of carbon finance. And South Pole's estimates and market studies show that we are looking at between 1.4, around 1.4 gigatons a year by 2030, and by 2050, up to 8.2 gigatons in demand for credits. And that just represents tens to hundreds of billions to plug that 550 billion financing gap that I mentioned earlier. And finally, on this second point, we see Article 6 partnerships growing, and they are starting to add industrial decarb technologies to their Article 6 whitelist. So there are 176 bilateral agreements between buyer and host countries under Article 6 at the moment, between 53 seller countries or host countries and 11 buyer countries. And just as an example, Singapore's implementation agreements with Thailand and Vietnam, for instance, specify the use of or the eligibility of methodologies in cement and concrete production for the generation and sale of compliance credits. My third point is that actually it's established the use of carbon credits in carbon finance. And I know we're short on time, so I'll just speak briefly on this. We've seen fuel switching technologies in cement generating a lot of credits. There are more than 100 projects on this front. In Korea, a steel plant by Hyundai has generated credits from energy efficiency and waste gas, the use of waste gas. And at South Pole, we've been involved in a carbon crediting project for the CO2 injection into cement with a company called Carbon Cure. But we think this needs to increase in scope. So carbon finance has been used mainly in cement, as I mentioned. At ACE, we're trying to see how it can be unlocked for other industrial sectors. So in the power sector, we've developed a carbon methodology for the early decommissioning of coal-fired power plants, and there's a pilot project ongoing in the Philippines right now. We are developing carbon methodologies and projects in hydrogen. To my colleagues in UNIDO who spoke earlier, we've signed a joint declaration agreement to explore how carbon markets can be used to accelerate green hydrogen development. And we are working with a number of Southeast Asian countries to explore the first carbon projects for green hydrogen. And happy to take questions on that later. The three challenges that we see are, one, awareness, two, methodology, and three, finance. On awareness, a lot of industrial companies that we speak to today do not know that carbon finance is a source of additional revenue for them, and that's a gap that we need to plug urgently. Second is, there are a lot of cement methodologies registered under international standards, but not enough around other industrial sectors, in particular steel and hydrogen. And finally, on finance, we've seen that oftentimes, especially at industrial scale, carbon finance may not be sufficient, where you may require a carbon price of more than $100 per ton, and the demand for that at this point may be a bit low. And so there may be a need for blended financing mechanisms to help bridge that gap. Lastly, on lessons. I think for Article 6 host countries, there are potentially three things to do to start tapping on carbon markets and carbon finance as a source of financing for industrial decarb. The first is to synergize national roadmaps with your carbon market frameworks. And we heard Brazil talk about this earlier, but I think a lot more can be done globally by host countries around this. Right now, there are silos around the teams and ministries that develop industrial decarb roadmaps and the teams that develop carbon market policies and frameworks. The second is to engage industry. And so I was just speaking to a colleague and representative from the Dominican Republic earlier, and how they are engaging the cement sector and industry associations there to bridge that awareness gap that I mentioned, and I think that's extremely critical. And the third would be to consider adding carbon methodologies by international standards into Article 6 whitelists, and I'm happy to talk about that later as well. For Article 6 buyer countries, I think what can be done on this front is to consider how your procurement strategies for credits could accelerate industrial decarb in your partner host countries under Article 6. But additionally, how this might be a potential avenue and channel for tech transfer for some of these solutions that buyer countries have. And finally, I think there's quite a bit of work to be done to demonstrate how blended financing can work for industrial decarbonization. A project example that we have is in hydrogen. We've seen that the carbon price for credits may not be high enough, but we've seen that because of carbon revenue, you could bring in concessional loans, lower interest rate loans, to increase the financial viability of a hydrogen project. And so we need to explore a bit more of those financing mechanisms. I haven't kept the 5 minutes, apologies for that, but happy to take questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Leon. I thought that was quite systematic as well. So, but as you said, we're a little bit short on time. So I'm going to give the microphone to Dingane, who's online. Dingane, if you could talk a little bit about your experience working particularly with the business community in Zimbabwe, but also the broader African context. Would love to hear more about what has proven effective in enabling businesses to access and implement circular economy and other industrial decarbonization approaches in practice.
Thank you, moderator, for the question. So I will speak directly to our experience in working with Zimbabwean businesses and also colleagues in the region over the past 3 decades. I will start to speak to the point of what has proven effective. I have identified 4 points. The first one is basing decision, action, and also MRV systems on evidence. In what we do, we always make sure that it's anchored on evidence, and evidence that is supported by numbers. So we have conducted since 2018 several energy audits, water audits, waste audits, and hydrochlorofluorocarbon audits. And these then shape the priority areas for action at enterprise level and also for coordination at the secretariat level where I operate from. So the evidence then comes where we then realize that some organizations may then prioritize solar PV, others prioritize bioenergy. We have had organizations that have constructed biogas, others constructing rooftop solar. And this is evidence from the work that we have done in terms of baselines and also sharing. So the first point is basing decision, action, and also every MRV aspect on primarily gathered evidence. Then the second point is the stakeholder engagement. It helps and is proven to be quite effective to always engage stakeholders at every stage of programming, scoping, validation, and even implementation. So we coordinate scoping workshops before we then develop a program or a project through to validation of the plans and also of the actions themselves. So we actively involve, and we have technical committees which also act as some nuclei for these collaborative initiatives where there are focused discussions to engage stakeholders and also make sure that our action is coordinated and there are also necessary complementarities, not conflictions or competitions and crowding out of some events. Then the third point, what we have also seen working is peer learning. We rely so much on benchmarking visits, field days, where we work and take our members through learning by seeing experiences. For example, we have taken them through some IPP projects on solar PV, some waste recycling on plastics, and we do this also as we commemorate significant days like World Environment Days, Earth Days, where they learn from those who have gone through the journey, what they can also implement and what possibly cannot work. And this we have seen again producing very tangible results. And you realize that the action then will not be driven not necessarily by regulation, but actually by learning what other organization, what other enterprise has done, which has worked and is proving to be relevant to the business, and thereby offering business solutions to some sustainability challenges facing the private sector. Then the last point I want to speak to in terms of what we have seen working is the issue of bundling demand. Certainly because enterprises have of different sizes, they have different challenges, capabilities. What we have done is to bundle demand and then identify those common needs. And through that, we have managed to access some funding windows, for example, the Climate Technology Center Network funding for energy efficiency. We have also managed to get funding from UNDP for energy, water, waste, and HFC audits, as well as organizations like even COMESA. When we come together and then we demonstrate the compelling cases, and then that has worked. So bundling demand ensures that the economies of scale can justify investments, especially to those who are willing to assist. In terms of barriers, I will speak to possibly three. Yes, finance from the availability of the funds, and also finance from the tenure of it. Our local banks, generally, they focus on short-term loans, and this is not generally suitable for the kind of projects sometimes that we are looking at for industry. Of course, not also mentioning the cost of the funding itself. And from the perspective of the financial institutions, there are also the issues of high risk. If we look at what is the industry is capable of actually offering in terms of security. So the issues to do with finance structuring, its availability, and also the cost of finance really come to the fore as some of the key issues. And then the technology issue, I will look at it obviously from a dual challenge. The one that is related to finance, but also the other that is related to the availability of some of the technologies. We find that some of the technologies are not locally made, so we have to access them from those who have developed the original equipment manufacturers. And also, in some instances, the backup itself, sometimes the technology is procured, but when it breaks down, we have actually a case of one organization that acquired some converters for solar PV, a utility scale, and after breaking down, the technology provider indicated that they were no longer supporting Africa. So now they are stuck with the technology, and they have to obviously switch and then bear the cost of switching to another technology after outlaying. Then lastly, the issue of capacity. Capacity of institutions, capacity of individuals, also for circular economy and decarbonization. We are seeing it being another constraint. The issue of energy managers, energy auditors, circular economy practitioners in the real sense, and even ability then to conduct these baselines that we are talking about, which has led to us coordinating and also supporting enterprises. And then finally, what can possibly help? From again the experience, and we submit that this can certainly help, the issue of non-financial incentives. For example, in cases where some projects have been accorded national project status, which ensures that the regulatory bottlenecks or delays are reduced or avoided by according a project national status, especially for solar PV, for captive use and even IPP. We have seen this one quite working very well. And also the issue of some tax holidays is also assisted. Result-based finance. In some instances, we have also noticed that when the funding is tied to some success, where solutions can speak, for example, to say, if this is achieved in terms of energy efficiency, then the service provider can be paid. This has led to transparency and also accountability on both sides and yielded some results. And then the last point on the approaches that we have seen working is also the issue of local technical partnerships, where we rely or ride on symbiotic relationships among or between industries. So our recycling initiatives, especially for plastic, have really benefited from this, and we have witnessed that in the long term, it also builds capacity in terms of dealing with especially waste streams, and then taking one waste stream to become an input into another industry. And obviously, the overarching issue among all this is the issue of regulatory stability or predictability. This helps to ensure that industry can also plan, and industry can also predict their costs and also manage even their risks. So where government has been very clear on what is going to be done and where it is going with regards to regulation and policy, it has also assisted even in planning for action and also ensuring that the activities by industry are aligned to government policy, and then industry also benefit in the process. I submit, and I look forward, obviously, to hearing from others and what we can also take and implement this side. I submit, moderator.
Thank you, Lingana. It sounds really like a useful reminder that enabling environments ultimately succeed or fail, I guess, at the business level, depending on access to capacity, technology, finance, and support in general. Jane, can you tell us about your experience with regards to what governance frameworks or regulatory instruments in capacity building have proven most effective?
Thank you. I just want to also to inform you that whatever government does, we have consultations with all stakeholders. Even for the regulations, so we consult them, we have their buy-in, and also the private sector is at all times consulted. So government will never do something that is to the detriment of the private sector. And with regard also to governance issue, so we have established all the mechanisms to enable the private sector to be able to contribute. And Mauritius is also proposing to have a Mauritius Climate Investment Forum next month, right? So government has also, the authorities have also identified their priorities as defined in the NDC. Our priorities for the time being is the renewable energy sector. So a lot of initiatives are planned, but what we need is the finance, right? So public and private financing, whether on BOT or public-private partnership projects, are most welcome. So all development partners are to be invited for that forum next month. And we are already working with the ADB, AFDB, and the World Bank. And with the investment plan and implementation plan, so Mauritius will know what are the finance available for the coming years so that we successfully achieve our targets in the NDC. Just to also that the government has also initiated a national biomass initiative, right, to convert the existing coal by gas power plants of IPPs to run on biomass. We also committed to accelerate the renewable energy. we are going to have the budget in the coming weeks. So many incentives are going to be given for rooftop solar PV, ground-mounted solar PV, floating solar PV, and battery energy storage systems, and through the adoption of biomass. An updated strategy on renewable energy for the 10 years ahead is also being finalized, so that all development partners will know, right, what are the priorities, and will be also invited to consider assisting Mauritius to achieve its ambition, right? So also, in order to replace the aging FHO power plants, the use of cleaner fossil fuels such as LNG is also being contemplated. There's also development in the land transport. We're going to shift to electric buses, right? So our vision is to replace at least 20% of the total fleet of 2,000 buses by 2035, so that we reduce fossil fuel consumption, CHG emissions, and pollution. There's also a new waste management strategy. We focused on resource recovery, the setting up of 2 integrated waste processing facilities by 2029 with direct recycled waste, including organic waste. There is also anaerobic digestion of some 40,000 tons of organic waste to further contribute to remove methane from national emissions, right? So we also have plans also to phase down 80% of import of FCs by 2045. So there are a lot of investment, a lot of initiatives, but as a SID, we need financing, right? We need partnership, capacity building, and technology transfer, right? So this is the main focus of Mauritius. We look forward to having investment from stakeholders in a sustainable manner, and we also had carried out a survey also on data collection and analysis, so that we know where we are going. Last week, government has approved a roadmap for plastic-free for a 10 years period, so we know where we are going, and it would take steps and also subject to availability of local and international funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very insightful intervention. Apologies from Mina. She's supposed to be presiding another event elsewhere, so that's why she had to leave. I'd like to open the floor now to see if there are any questions or reactions from the participants. As we are slightly over time and I do not want to stand between you and lunch, I would like to invite participants to either raise your flag or approach the microphone for any questions that you may have. Okay, I see none. Of course, our panelists are going to be, some of our panelists will be available during the breakout group, so there will be an opportunity to continue the interaction as well as during lunch. So if you may please join me in thanking our panelists and our keynote, our scene setter presenter for these very insightful presentations. So join me in a round of applause. Now, before we break for lunch, just allow me to share some information on what's coming next in the breakout groups that we're going to convene after lunch. The planned breakout groups will build on the themes and the issues that we've highlighted during the scene setting session through the presentations and the panels. And in these sessions, we expect that the participants will engage in sharing the best practices and solutions, and of course, identifying areas the challenges, and of course through the exchange, how this could be overcome. Under the first area of discussion, there are 2 themes for the breakout sessions. The first is going to be on experiences of best practices and lessons learned, and the second is experiences of addressing challenges and barriers. Now we'll break out into 2 groups over the course of the day, and each group will discuss both themes. So this is to allow you an opportunity to engage on both topics. These 2 groups will happen in parallel. So you'll have the opportunity to choose a group of your choice, and Gao and I will facilitate the discussion in each group. One that will be in this room, and the other one that will be, I think, in a separate room downstairs, who will be informed by the Secretariat. Gao and I, of course, will listen carefully and will report back on the discussions at the end of the sessions. In this report back, we'll give all participants one more opportunity to contribute. So if there are any things that you may have not had a chance to raise or any reflections you may have after the fact, there will still be further opportunities to share them. So the guiding questions for the first theme are: what technology options and solutions have been successfully applied in your country or region to advance decarbonization of industries? And what best practices and lessons have emerged from their deployment? The second question will be: what opportunities exist from your national or regional experience for the development, adoption, scaling up, or implementation of decarbonization of industries in practice? And what has supported the uptake in practice? For the second set of breakout groups, for theme 2, the focus will be on what challenges and barriers have been encountered in the development, adoption, scaling up, or implementation of technologies in the decarbonization of industries. And this could be such as long life cycles of industrial plants, technology maturity, advancing innovation, and the need of breakthrough technologies, among others. And then based on your national and regional experiences, what approaches have helped address these challenges in practice? So in these breakout groups, we're going to encourage all participants to engage in a conversation and dialogue with each other rather than through provided prepared statements. And we encourage you to respond to views that are being shared and to avoid repetition. The outcome of this work program rests on your active participation, and we're looking forward to these discussions with you and the ideas that you'll bring forward. So with that, we'll break for lunch, and we'll meet in the breakout sessions at 2. Feel free to reach out to Gao, myself, or the Secretariat in case you have further questions. I'd like to wish you fruitful discussions during the breakout groups, and bon appetit. Do we want to say something around lunch and the rooms where we're going to be?
Yes, thank you very much. We will break for lunch now. There are food trucks outside, and I heard they are fantastic, so I'm looking forward to that. Be quick, then you're first in line, and you're also back here on time. We have half the people to stay here in this room, in the conference hall, and the other half in seminar room 1, that's downstairs. Please try to kind of split this big group into 2 equal parts. That would be fantastic. Not everyone to stay here, but also to go into the seminar room. That way we can ensure that we have lively discussions on both sides. We meet back again at 2 o'clock. So I wish everyone a very nice, fruitful, and hopefully also delicious lunch break. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome back. I trust you all had a good lunch break. And if you did not go for lunch, I hope you at least got some time out in the sunshine. So welcome now to this first breakout group session. We're pleased to have you here with us, both you who are in person and those who are joining us virtually. And we're really looking forward to a rich discussion this afternoon. As I said just before lunch, this is a space for collective learning, knowledge exchange, and collaboration. And we encourage everyone to actively participate and share experiences, the challenges, and whatever ideas you may have around how we can work together to advance the clean industrialization. Your input is highly valued, and we'll directly contribute to the outcomes of this event. We also have, as you saw in the scene setting sessions, a number of experts who have joined us in person and virtually, and we would like to encourage you all to take advantage of their presence to make connections, ask questions, and generally engage with them. So the topic for this breakout group in this room is experiences of best practices and lessons learned. Now, for the virtual participants, to request the floor, enter your name, the name of your party, your organization, in the format of party or organization and your name. When you'd like to request the floor, once you're given the floor, please unmute yourself. In between, please remain muted. And you can also raise your virtual hand to ask for the floor. We really encourage you to also participate, even if you're not here with us physically. We hope this session will be both productive and inspiring, and so, and of course, make absolutely excellent use of our time. So the question for our session is, what technology options and solutions have been successfully applied in your country or region to advance decarbonization of industries, and what best practices and lessons have emerged from the deployment? What opportunities exist, again from your national and regional experience, for the development, adoption, scaling up, or implementation of decarbonization of industries, of course with a focus on practical examples, and what has really supported this uptake in practice. So to help us get the conversation started, I'm pleased to introduce our icebreaker. This is a colleague who's going to offer us brief reflections on these questions and to sort of set the tone and help us ease into the conversation. I do hope we can keep the nature of our discussion interactive this afternoon. So if you have questions also for what you hear that you want to raise or reactions, please let us utilize this opportunity to converse with each other. So to give the keynote, I'd like to invite Amanda McKee, who's the Director of Knowledge and Learning of the NDC Partnership. So over to you, Amanda.
Wonderful. Thank you. And good afternoon, everyone. And hello to everyone who's joining us online as well. So I'm going to start by just caveating that I am not an industrial expert, but I hope I can share a little bit of insight into what we're seeing through the NDC partnership in how countries are planning and implementing their NDCs, and hopefully give some food for thought for this afternoon's discussion. So for those of you who aren't familiar with the NDC partnership, we're a global coalition. We bring together more than 260 members, and this includes 140 countries, both developed and developing, and more than 120 institutions working to plan and implement ambitious NDCs. Countries come to the NDC partnership and request support on what it is that they need to drive forward this climate action. And we actually have a robust database where we can analyze the types of requests that are coming through and look at what some of those trends are. So what I'm going to share with you is a little bit of what we're seeing globally on industrial decarbonization. And of the 105 countries who've requested support through the NDC partnership, 42 of them, or 40%, have submitted specific requests for support that touch on industrial decarbonization. So these are developing country members. Just under half of them are looking at how to actually implement this through their NDC. But to give you a sense of what those requests for support look like, because they're not just generic statements of, I need help with industrial decarbonization. It actually covers a whole range of issues. Everything from the development of the NDC to implementation, investment planning, but also inclusion in the long-term development strategies as well. We see requests for support related to broadening the scope of the NDC. And these requests around industrial decarbonization actually peaked in 2024 as countries were putting together their latest NDCs. We see requests on cost-benefit analysis, cost assessments, GHG mitigation analysis, development of emission factors. We see specific requests around the need for capacity building for officials to be able to utilize specific methodologies to be able to engage in these discussions. Requests around development of projects or pipelines of projects, requests on engagement with the private sector, requests for support in enabling cross-ministry engagement, including review of sectoral plans or target setting, embedded advisory support. And then we also see a substantial number of requests that look specifically at technology. And this is one of the most frequently requested areas of support within industrial decarbonization. About 40% of these requests, again, relate to the mention of technology. And that includes mention of specific technologies. So one of the most common technological solutions that we see countries coming forward with requests for support are on lowering carbon in cement clinker. So we see this in the focus on new technologies or on focus on new processes. So looking at rice husk ash in cement production, fly ash in cement production. So a lot of support on how to move forward those new technologies. We also see requests for support around the enabling environment and the conditions around it as well. So when we look at carbon cement clinker, the standards that go into cement production and technical assistance to be able to understand what is needed to put in place standards that will actually enable the successful adoption of new technologies. We also see requests for support coming through on updates to public procurement policy and how it can best support these types of requests as well. We also see a really strong overlap when we look at technology between industrial decarbonization and other sectors as well. So just to give you an example, transitioning to renewable energy in industry is a common trend that we see in these industrial decarbonization requests. 12% of all industrial decarbonization requests coming through the partnership actually reference renewable energy as a critical component. Just to contextualize this, a request from the Dominican Republic, this is from a couple of years ago, but requesting support to optimize the operation of their cement plant through establishment of solar technology. So just to show you some of the linkages that we're seeing cross-sector when we're looking at industrial decarbonization. The last thing I wanted to mention and conclude with, I talked a lot about what countries are requesting through their NDCs, through the implementation of their NDCs. We're also able to track the support that is being matched to this. And what we're seeing right now is that of these requests for support, we've received only only 45% of them have support. 55% of these requests are still actively seeking support. So this last comment is more targeted to partners in the room who are able to step in and support these types of requests. There's a really big need. There's a lot of gaps that exist in this space, particularly related to finance and investment around industrial decarbonization. So certainly something I can share more on. But just to state that, a lot of opportunities we're seeing surface through the partnership, but also a lot of need for additional support to come to the table to respond to those. So hopefully that was helpful in just giving you a broad sense of the types of ways that we're seeing this issue through countries' climate action planning and implementation, and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Amanda. I think it's very clear that countries are all at different levels when it comes to how they're approaching decarbonizing industry, and I think that is very evident within the requests that are coming through. Very encouraging also that this is a key part of many of the NDCs that are coming forward. So now we have a chance to delve a little bit into what countries are actually doing, and I would like to open the floor so we can hear back from you based on your country or regional experiences around industrial decarbonization. So the floor is now open. I think this is the quietest group we've had in technical dialogue so far. I don't know if I should start calling on folks, or do you have anyone online interested in breaking the ice?
Should I start, maybe?
Absolutely. So this is current Nasser Ade, please.
Nasser Ade. I was in the earlier session, but perhaps I can say something quickly, maybe just to open the discussion. I'm from CAPSARC and Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. I mean, as discussed in the panel discussion this morning, in Saudi Arabia and obviously in the wider region, GCC region, what we are seeing in industrial decarbonization is not one, obviously I keep coming to that point, it's not one single solution really dominating. And obviously we need, it's always like the case in any place, we should not put all our eggs in one basket, really looking at the whole suite and portfolio of technologies and solutions, trying to evaluate which ones are, the low-hanging fruits, which ones will get us to net zero at the lowest cost possible, obviously effectively. So there's a wide range of complementary technologies and solutions. A few key points to highlight. First, Saudi Arabia has a major CCS target of 9 million tons and 9 million tons of CCS and 44 million ton per year by 2035. This is already underway in terms of planning and development, despite the many challenges. So a regional CCS hub, for the countries in the region, is on the table. It's a key consideration at the moment. There's an increasing focus on developing large-scale capture hubs with linkage to actually CO2 capture, with linkage to CO2 transport and storage infrastructure. And CO2 capture is already being deployed in the kingdom on natural gas processing, as I mentioned, petrochemical sites, and the reason is because these are low cost. For example, for natural gas processing, the cost is around $40 to $50 per ton of CO2 captured. This is one of the lowest costs, basically, and the reason why is because, and the lesson here is basically when we looked at the nature of the facilities in the petrochemical sector, refineries, steel, cement, power generation, and desalination, it turns out that actually in the kingdom, and maybe this is the case for many countries in the region, is 78% for Saudi Arabia, 78% of the installations have total emissions of 2 million tons and above. So there's a big benefit from economies of scale, which will then lead to a reduction in the capture costs. But obviously, capture is not the only one. Obviously, we have to look at the transport and storage infrastructure, which is also a key aspect. There's a benefit for the kingdom from the proximity of these emission sources to the storage sites. So this is another element. This is another aspect where actually reduces the total CCS costs. In addition to that, the petrochemical industry frequently deals with high purity CO2 streams. And this is the case not just in the kingdom, but also in many countries worldwide. And that lowers the costs. For example, things like glycol, like ethylene oxide manufacturing, for example, and all of that, they have streams with a very high CO2 concentration. These are really are the easy wins, the low-hanging fruits, let's say. One key lesson in the kingdom is that integrating CCS into existing infrastructure significantly reduces both the cost and complexity. And early deployment should focus again on such opportunities. Scaling, however, it depends on developing shared transport infrastructure, which is very obviously, which is the scaling of the transport infrastructure is a big challenge. So yeah, amongst other challenges, which I can highlight maybe later, but I will leave the floor to other people to speak, I guess.
Thank you very much. And it's interesting to see some of the parallels between what's happening in Saudi Arabia and what we heard earlier from a colleague from Norway. So I now have Corentin Lorhestran from the French Environmental Agency. And apologies if I mispronounced your name. You have the floor.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, good. So thanks for the opportunity to participate. So as mentioned, I'm from the French Environmental Agency. So we are an agency that is in part tasked with handling industrial subsidies for decarbonization projects. And I just wanted to share a few initiatives that we think have been quite helpful in our case and which could benefit other countries, other places, I think. So the first one is planning. It's been mentioned before, but having effective and comprehensive roadmaps for industrial decarbonization is really important for different aspects. The first one is because it enables the creation of a comprehensive and effective policy at both for the states, because having a well-designed roadmap enables you to implement effective policies, but also for companies and for investors, because if you have something planned, then you can be more sure about the future and you have less risks involved. The second one is it enables your agency, your country, your government to gather a lot of knowledge and expertise on these sectors. So be it on the different technologies involved, on the CO2 levels, on the different parameters that can affect your sector, because we are looking not only at the technological aspects of decarbonization, but also at the geopolitical things that could impact a given sector, for example, cement or ammonia or steel. So yeah, the first point, having solid roadmaps, and we have proposed a methodology that we used internally, but that we made a guide that can be used by anyone if they want to develop their own roadmap. And then, so building from that solid roadmap, we try to have a more operational approach, which looked at industrial clusters. So first, we looked at sectors as a whole. So the steel sector, the chemicals, ammonia, aluminum, for example. Then we looked at industrial clusters and tried to have work in conjunction with industrials in these clusters, create consortiums and enable a discussion between all the different actors of these clusters. And having a discussion between all the actors enables you to create synergies, lower infrastructure costs, because then you can mutualize hydrogen pipes, CO2 pipes. You can plan your electricity grid at a relevant scale for the needs of the cluster as a whole. So it really enables more efficient planning, and you can also carry out studies for multiple companies at the same time. So it's we think it's a really efficient approach for planning industrial transition at a more regional level. You can also anticipate the need for workforce, for skill learning, education. So it's a good integrated approach that can bridge national strategies, national transition plans to a more operational level at a regional scale. And finally, once you have the national view, the regional view, what's left is thinking about all the calls for projects that you can implement in order to help this project. So you have to help at the same time the infrastructure building, the decarbonization projects for the companies themselves, and also all the planning at a more urbanistic level in order to be able to implement it in real life. And you have to think about all scales, so not only big companies, big emitters, which are usually the go-to target because they are like a massive CO2 pool that's not easy to decarbonize, but easier to target. But you also have to think about the smaller companies that are suppliers that work with everyone, and you have to design your calls for project and your subsidies accordingly, depending on the levels of subsidies required. It's not the same thing to design a process for like a 20 billion or 100 million project than it is for 1,000 or 100,000 euros project. So you have to think about different scales and approach them differently. So yeah, it was just to start a conversation, but we think that combining thoughtful planning with regional approach and then with a more personalized approach per company is a great way to do things.
Thank you very much. Just one quick question to you. Can you say something on like the time horizon for the planning when you're looking at your roadmap?
Yes. So for the sectoral roadmaps, we have a planning up to 2050, and we have for each sector multiple scenarios. So with varying evolution on demand and production, varying technology availability, varying availabilities of biomass, for example, types of energy. So we try to look at different types of situations and do some kind of risk assessment. That's to say, okay, if we have CO2 pipes, we can decarbonize this way, and if we operate in this type of an environment in a globalized competition, for example, then we will have to think about it this way. If it's more in a like protective environment and there's more public support, then things can go this way. So we try to look at different situations in order to anticipate possible evolutions of the sector and what risk we have to have in mind when we finance projects, because one big example could be, for example, CO2 capture. If you invest in CO2 capture short term, it's very expensive, but you know that in 15 years, for example, there's a new technology that's going to be in place using hydrogen or biogas. That's going to make all your CO2 infrastructure irrelevant. Then you have a risk of stranded assets. So you have to try to anticipate as much as possible. That's why we have multiple scenarios. And it's also interesting because not every company will have the same strategy. So for example, we looked at the sugar industry in France, and you have different approaches you can use to decarbonize. You can use biogas, you can use electrification, you can use biomass burning by burning co-products to produce energy. And we know that, for instance, in France, different companies are planning on using different energy vectors. So by having different options in our scenarios, we can ensure that every company finds itself in one of the plans that we propose. and can have relevant information for their investments. So that's for the big sectoral planning, and for the more regional clusters, we try to look at, we have two steps, so one in 2035 and one in 2050.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll now pass on the floor to our colleague from China.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. So first, thanks for the Korea for hosting the 7th Global Dialogue and Investment Focus event. China would share our experience with 5 points. The first is on the best practice. With focuses on the upgrading of industrial and energy structures, China vigorously develops advanced manufacturing and high-tech industries and promotes the green and low-carbon transformation of traditional industries. It has built a green manufacturing system covering green factories, industrial parks, and supply chains, and it advances resources recycling and water conservation. Digital technologies are applied to boost carbon reduction and efficiency, supported by the improved policies, standards, fiscal, and financial incentives, forming a food chain model for industrial green development. The second point is our development achievements. There are remarkable results having been achieved in industrial green transformation. Large-scale, ultra-low emission retrofits has been completed for crude steel production capacity, saving about 28 million tons of standard coal annually. Industrial economic growth has been supported with an average annual energy consumption growth rate around 3%. The resource recycling industry has been expanded rapidly, and the water-saving sector has reached a considerable scale. A sound green manufacturing system has been established, including more than 8,000 green factories and over 600 green industrial parks, where the solid waste disposal rate exceeds 95%. The third point is on the technology innovation. China leads the world in mature technologies such as the PV, new energy vehicles, and the lithium batteries, with complete industrial chains. It supplies over 80% of the world's PV module and 70% of wind power equipment, significant lowering the global energy transition cost. Cut-edge technologies, including the hydrogen energy, CCUS, and the green methanol ammonia have been accelerated, providing strong support for the deep decarbonization. The fourth point is on the transformation of key industries. In China, the iron and steel, petrochemicals, and building materials and other sectors have been promoted on energy conservation, carbon reduction, and ultra-low emission retrofits. Light industries, textile and machinery, and other industries have been upgraded green process and expanded resource recycling, achieving steady and industrial green transformation. The last point is on the international cooperation. China upholds the concept of open and win-win development. We have carried out the green energy cooperation with more than 100 countries, exporting high-quality green technologies and equipment to help developing countries to pursue affordable green transition. It actively participates in green and in global green governance, shares development experience, and contributes to global industrial low-carbon development and carbon neutrality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, China, for that insightful intervention outlining all the progress that's being made in China. Do we have any further requests for the floor? United Kingdom.
Hi, thank you for giving me the floor and for convening us all here together today. I'd like to share some. Sorry, there's a fly. I'd like to share some of the experiences from the UK in terms of the technology options and solutions that are being successfully deployed and planned for further deployment. Primarily, we are learning through the lessons learned from our low-carbon industrial clusters, which have been operationalised since 2019. So we're working with 6 major industrial clusters, which represent over half of the UK's industrial emissions, to develop net zero blue plants and move towards 4 decarbonised clusters by 2030 and 1 net zero cluster by 2040. So to get there, key technologies include industrial electrification and grid upgrades. Electrification is positioned as a key pathway for the UK. This is aligned with our Clean Power by 2030 mission and will be enabled by major grid investment and optimisation alongside measures to reduce electricity cost pressures on industry. This electrification will be supplemented by CCUS for hardest to abate sectors and process emissions, and also hydrogen as a complement to electrification, prioritised where electrification is difficult, for example, feedstock uses in chemicals and refining and high temperature or direct flame processes. We're also prioritising energy efficiency, circular economy and resource efficiency. In terms of best practice and lessons learned from the UK cluster's experience, this has been pulled together and presented in research from the UKRI, which is the UK National Funding Agency for Research and Innovation. And learning from the cluster experiences, they presented the following recommendations to industry, which include providing long-term market signals up to 2050. We have several interim targets for industry and sub enablers like CCUS, and they were quite keen that we pulled them all together for kind of clearer market signals. That's something that we are exploring to ensure further success and unlock investment. They also recommend streamlined permitting for shared infrastructure, because planning and permitting delays for example, for CO2 pipelines or hydrogen networks can undermine delivery. So this coordination and resourcing and community engagement really matter here. They recommend creating strong, enduring government-industry coordination. They recommended a sort of industrial cluster advocate role to sustain delivery focus and feedback loops. They recommend plans for jobs and skills early, because multiple parallel projects can create workforce bottlenecks. So a practical skills delivery plan is needed to ensure that the right resource is available for the projects. And lastly, they recommend making sure that clusters are both competitive in terms of attracting international investment and trade, but also locally anchored, so engaging meaningfully with local communities, which is particularly important in previously deindustrialized regions, which is where we're focusing a lot of these projects. So the sort of regions who have lost traditional UK industries like textiles and coal due to changes in the 20th century. So we're anchoring the new industrial projects in those areas to ensure that those communities that were previously suffering from higher unemployment are benefiting from the transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, UK, and it was interesting to see the link you're also making to just transition considerations. The European Union, you're next, and you will be followed by Brazil. So EU, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, co-chairs, for convening us here, and especially also thanks to the colleague of the Republic of Korea, the colleagues, to host us here in beautiful Yeosu. As you know, within the EU, maybe just to start with that, we have annual surveys on the perception of climate policies. And just to state that as a start, we still know that climate policies and regulation are strongly supported by the citizens of the European Union. And I'm saying this because when we talk about the challenges and opportunities that we see in the industrial sector, for us from the point of view of the European Union, exactly those policies and regulation are really the base that we think sustainable and comprehensive industrial transformation should be based in. this is considered two, let's say, avenues within the industrial sector. Of course, one is the ongoing efforts to decarbonize the existing industries, which really means to, wherever possible, switch from a reliance on fossil fuels to net zero sources of energy, such as renewable electricity and electrification of those industrial sites, or the use of green hydrogen. But then, of course, we can also talk about these new types of industries that we're creating in the transformation. And also here we think that, innovations in material science, in process efficiency, renewable energy integration are really essential for the decarbonization, not only of the industry itself, but also of other sectors such as transport and buildings. For both avenues within the EU, we have set in place policies that have significantly helped us to reduce emissions, and also will continue to support a strong decarbonized and zero emission oriented industry. And I'll quickly touch upon three of them. One, which is really the core of our overall climate approach and climate policies within the European Union, is of course our emission trading system. And just to give you some insights on this, so as most of you are surely aware of, the EU ETS is a market-based instrument. So it sets a cap on emissions from the sectors that are covered by the scheme, and every year this cap is lower. So in 2030, we have the target of 62% reductions compared to 2005 levels of emissions. And we are seeing that because of the functioning of the ETS, we are on a very good track to achieve this. Companies participate in the ETS by primarily purchasing allowances in auctions, which do then raise revenues for the member states to fund further climate action and energy transition. So a little bit also aligned and referencing what we heard in the panel discussion before. This is really a tool for us in the European Union to finance the transformation also of the industry sector. And just to give you some numbers, by the end of 2024, the EU ETS helped to drive down the emissions from the electricity and heat generation and industrial manufacturing by 50%, 50, compared to 2005 levels. And with this progress, we are on track, as I said, to the 62% reduction. By mid-2025, the EU ETS also raised over or around already 250 billion euros through the sale of the allowances. And the revenue alone in 2024 reached almost 40 billion. And this goes primarily to national budgets, but also under the ETS2, which is the ETS, as it was also mentioned before, covering, for instance, transport, buildings, also into the Social Climate Fund to really make sure that nobody is left behind within the European Union. Let me also quickly touch upon another policy that we're setting in place, which is the EU Industrial Carbon Management Strategy, because we heard a lot about carbon management already today in the presentations. So here, of course, achieving the ambitious EU climate targets and weaning off our reliance on fossil fuels requires decisive climate action across all sectors. And in this regard, this strategy was drafted. It remains, of course, clear that the strategy in itself is complement to the mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions necessary in the first place, but especially for industrial processes and where there's hard to abate sectors and hard to abate the hard to abate industries, this comes into place. And the idea is that this industrial carbon management strategy is a step towards a more homogeneous deployment of carbon capture and storage and carbon capture and utilization and permanent carbon removals in Europe. It supports the creation of a single market for CO2 transport and storage services throughout Europe by 2030, and maybe also to add another fact on the overall carbon management topic that comes from another policy that we have in the European Union, namely the EU Net Zero Industry Act, is that dealing with the greenhouse gases emissions from the industry sector, we aim to create an EU market for CO2 storage services. And to achieve that, we're setting in place an EU CO2 injection capacity target of at least 50 million tons per year by 2030. And this includes an obligation for 44 EU oil and gas producers to achieve this target. So these producers must develop annual CO2 injection targets, injection capacity in the EU by 2030. And let me just briefly also touch upon, because I think that we think it is an important element as well of this whole discussion, stakeholder engagement. Just recently in Brussels, hosted by the European Commission, we had a high-level dialogue with the cement industry, just to understand also how we can support and foster the decarbonization of this specific sub-sector in the industry sector. And some solutions that we already heard here today were captured there as well, so I just want to repeat them. Of course, the industry mentioned that the full range of solutions is necessary, from carbon capture and storage in hard-to-abate industries such as cement to clinker substitution and other innovative technologies, but they also mentioned three main enablers. One is the need to mobilize more private finance, notably through de-risking instruments such as carbon contracts for difference within the EU, the need for greater policy coherence and reduced administrative burden, which of course we are also implementing with some simplification processes within the EU. And last but not least, also having a skilled workforce, which is really important to ensure that the transformation within the industry sector can work. And I'll close here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, EU, and thank you for the emphasis also on the role of the market-based instruments, which I think we will come and delve into a little bit later in more detail. Australia, you're next.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been a really interesting discussion so far. So I'm going to share some examples from Australia's national experience. Maybe as a starting contextual point, as in a lot of countries, the industrial sector is absolutely vital to Australia's economy. It is very reliant on fossil fuels, and the transition in the industrial sector is certainly complex and challenging, but from the Australian government's perspective, it's absolutely vital to transition for these industries to remain competitive, and it does present significant opportunities for economic growth and jobs. And I think that point has come through in a few different interventions today. So last year we released the industry sector plan alongside 5 other sectoral plans and our net zero plan and our 2035 NDC. And this plan outlines in detail Australia's approach to decarbonising our industries. So the points made by France, the UK and others about the utility of this kind of strategic planning very much resonate in the Australian context as well. So I'll give a quick summary of some of the key strategies in this plan, and I think another point that really resonated from NASA from Saudi Arabia, which highlighted the importance of a combination of different solutions and technologies that also really resonates in Australia. So in the near term, which is out to 2030, the focus is on developing industry knowledge and the deployment of existing commercial abatement opportunities and technologies. So to expand a little bit on what I mean by existing commercial abatement technologies, so firstly, electrification, backed in by the build-out of renewables in our electricity grid. That's really crucial. So, for example, heat pumps to replace gas heating, electric boilers and electric smelting furnaces. Secondly, energy and material efficiency upgrades. So, for example, the use of heat recovery or thermal energy storage, upgrades to old equipment and smart technologies to monitor and optimise manufacturing processes. And lastly, the use of alternative fuels such as low-carbon fuels and renewable gases. Another really key part of this strategy is regulatory instruments. So the key one in Australia is called the Safeguard Mechanism, and this drives abatement by placing emissions limits on Australia's largest industrial emitting facilities. And of course, another really key strategy in the near-term period is investments now in future technological opportunities that will be required for the whole sector, and particularly hard-to-abate sectors, to reach net zero. So moving on to the medium term, which is 2030 to 2035, the focus will shift to a more widespread deployment of technologies to electrify and improve efficiency, and that includes in hard-to-abate sectors like iron, steel and alumina, as these technologies become more widely available and affordable. as well as the commercialisation and scaling up of alternative feedstocks like hydrogen. And lastly, in the longer term, which is 2035 to 2050, there's a focus on upgrading the safeguard mechanism to drive abatement from the industry sector to net zero, as well as a growth of new industry opportunities in areas where Australia has a comparative advantage, such as green metals, green chemicals, and clean energy manufacturing. So the final point I make here is that the transition in Australia's industrial sector absolutely relies on having enough renewables in our grid and to have the necessary grid infrastructure. So this pathway for industrial decarbonisation is absolutely linked to the near-term transition of our energy systems. So we have a renewable electricity target of 82% by 2030, and we are making good progress. In September 2025, Australia saw renewables overtake coal as the largest source of energy in our national electricity market for the first time. We've doubled the amount of renewable energy in our system in the last 6 years, and we'll need to double it again out to 2030 to meet our target. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Australia. I think one of the things I'm really enjoying is to see that there is a lot of similarity, even though, contextualized across the different countries. Japan, you're next, followed by Norway.
Thank you so much for giving me the floor. So Japan's experience demonstrates that under the green transformation policy, which aims to simultaneously achieve energy security, economic growth, and decarbonization. So it is essential to implement support measures in an integrated manner with regulatory and institutional measures. In particular, in the industrial sector, Japan is advancing 3 pillars in an integrated way: technology development, investment promotion, and demand creation for GX products. This 3-pillar approach constitutes Japan's fundamental strategy for addressing hard-to-abate sectors such as iron and steel, chemicals, and cements. On the technology front, Japan utilizes the Green Innovation Fund to provide continuous support from research and development through demonstration to social implementation. Specifically, in the iron and steel sector, Japan is advancing hydrogen reduction technology using blast furnaces as well as direct hydrogen reduction technology to reduce low-grade iron ore using only hydrogen. In the chemical sector, Japan is promoting the development of advanced naphtha cracking technologies using carbon-free heat sources, as well as technology to produce chemicals from waste plastics, CO2, alcohols, and other feedstocks. In the cement sector, Japan is advancing the development of CO2 capturing cement manufacturing processes. At the same time, Japan recognizes that technology development alone is not sufficient, and that is necessary to combine large-scale capital investment support with demand creation. In Japan, through upfront investment support utilizing Green Transformation Economy Transition Bond, support is provided for large-scale capital investment associated with the manufacturing processes transformation in hard-to-abate sectors. Furthermore, for GX products, Japan is promoting the visualization of GX value, creating initial demand through public procurement and developing an environmental in which such products are appropriately valued in the private sector. In addition, under the growth-oriented carbon pricing concept, Japan is gradually introducing carbon pricing measures, including an emissions trading system and a fossil fuel levy, while combining these with upfront investment support. In this way, the integrated implementation of regulatory and institutional measures together with support measures has been critical in encouraging the front-loading of corporate GX investment. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Japan. Norway, you have the floor. And you'll be followed by the Farmers Group and then Morocco.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll share some experiences and perspectives from Norway. In Norway, a large share of our greenhouse gas emissions come from industry, about 1/4 of total national emissions. And the industrial sector includes a range of subsectors such as aluminium and cement, many of which are characterized by a high share of hard-to-abate emissions. So in order to significantly reduce national emissions, the industry sector is key for us. And since 1990, emissions from Norwegian industry have been reduced by around 40%. Reductions mainly due to improved technologies targeting non-CO2 emissions, such as nitrous oxides in nitric acid production and PFCs in the aluminium industry, as well as more efficient production and better process optimization. But importantly, the emission reductions has happened while industry output has increased. Beside pure technical and process optimization, MRV systems backed by regulatory requirements were crucial elements in achieving this. These experiences give two important insights. First, there is significant potential to reduce non-CO2 emissions through new technologies and continued optimization, not only in Norway, but globally. Second, they highlight the fundamental challenge to many hard-to-abate sectors, and carbon, and therefore CO2, is an integrated part of the chemical processes in many industrial processes, and many of which use the same core technology, since the industry became industrialized. So going beyond efficiency improvements and optimization requires the development of entirely new technologies and entirely new solutions. And this may include technology based on direct electrification, use of green hydrogen, replacing fossil carbon with biocarbon for some processes, and CCS is also key solution. And successful policies for scaling up mitigation efforts in industries may need a combination of measures. And from a Norwegian perspective, carbon pricing is and should be the backbone of our climate policies. And we have a coverage about 85% of our emissions, providing economy-wide incentives to reduce emissions in daily operations, while also encouraging investments in research and development and investments. At the same time, due to various barriers, public support for research and development is important. The Norwegian government has decided that all public support granted to businesses should be structured so that funded projects are aligned with the Paris Agreement. As presented by my colleague earlier today, in 2025, Norway also launched Europe's first full-scale CO2 management value chain. The first volume originated actually from hard-to-abate processed emissions from cement and were injected and stored for the first time in August last year. This project opens for scaling up, implementation and decarbonization of industries outside of Norway, providing a full value chain for capturing and storing emissions from industrial plants in our region, and is now planned for capturing and storage of emissions from additional industrial plants in the Netherlands, Denmark, as well as in Norway. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Norway. We now have the representative of the Farmers Group.
Good afternoon. I am from the Asian Farmers Association, one of the 3 representatives of the farmers' constituency here in Climate Week 3. Thank you for giving us the floor. From an agriculture perspective, decarbonizing industry has a dual dimension. On the one hand, the energy-intensive parts of the sector, such as greenhouse horticulture and cooperatives, are facing similar challenges as the global industry in reducing their own CO2 emissions. On the other hand, farmers could contribute to the decarbonization of the wider industry through energy and resource integration. For our own transition, key technologies include solar, wind, geothermal energy, as a stable renewable heat and electricity alternative for fossils, combined with the use of residual heat from nearby industry, data centers, and increasingly also from hydrogen production. These climate-neutral energy technologies are complemented by continuous improvements in energy efficiency and the electrification of production processes where feasible. Meanwhile, the agriculture and farming sector provides solutions for the industry. Through carbon capture and utilization, carbon captured from industrial processes can be reused in agriculture, effectively closing carbon loops and preventing the combustion of natural gas to use this carbon as fertilizer in climate-neutral greenhouses. Agriculture could equally act as a flexible user of residual heat, helping to valorize energy streams that would otherwise be wasted. In addition, agriculture offers important opportunities for renewable energy production for the industry. Bioenergy, for example, from biomass residues, manure, or biogas, can supply in serious quantities renewable energy, fostering the decarbonization of industry, as well as the reduction of methane and nitrogen emissions from farms and the local production of manure-based fertilizers. Family farmers in Asia, for example, practice agroecological and aquaecologic systems using practices such as integrated, diversified organic, natural farming, and agroforestry. And some agriculture cooperatives, for example, in the Philippines, where I come from, produce organic fertilizer through massive collection of pig and chicken manure from thousands of their members in the locality. Concurrently, the sector has strong potential to produce solar, wind, and hydrogen energy in the future, particularly in rural communities, enabling farms to become net energy producers. Grids are needed to transfer this energy, of course, from the farms to industry. We think the real strength lies in circular and integrated systems. Through cascading use of heat and CO2 between agriculture, industry, and the built environment, efficiency gains can be maximized. Ultimately, strong collaboration across sectors is essential. This enables agriculture not only to decarbonize itself, but also to actively support a broader, circular, and climate-neutral industrial system, and support adaptation and resiliency, as for many farmers, mitigation should go hand in hand with adaptation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that example of circularity and how you not only can reduce emissions in the sector, but also leverage the sector as a power to decarbonize elsewhere. Thank you. I now have Morocco, followed by Brazil, the environment NGOs, and then UNIDO. Morocco, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. Chair, distinguished delegates, Morocco attaches great importance to the decarbonization of industry, particularly hard-to-abate sectors such as cement and phosphates, as a central pillar of its enhanced Industry 3.0 and its long-term low-emission development roadmap. With regards to the first guiding question, Morocco's experience demonstrates that a portfolio of mature and scalable solutions can early deliver significant emissions reductions, particularly in the cement sector. Over the past decades, the Moroccan cement industry has undertaken early and sustained action, achieving today a carbon intensity of around 550 kilograms dioxide carbon per ton of cement, nearly 80% of electricity consumption from renewable sources, increasing substitutions of fossil fuel through alternative fuels reaching around 24, and a reduced clinker ratio aligned with international best practices. Building on this foundation, the sector has adopted a clear and structured decarbonization roadmap. In the short to medium term, the sector is committed to achieving a 23% reduction in emissions by 2030 through 4 main levers: scaling up alternative fuels, expanding renewable electricity and electrification, reducing clinker content, and improving energy efficiency. Looking ahead, the productions will depend on transformational technologies, particularly carbon capture, as well as further electrification and innovation in low-carbon materials, requiring adequate finance and enabling frameworks. Regarding the second guiding question, Morocco identifies several key opportunities to accelerate and scale up industrial decarbonization. First, the alignment between the NDC 3.0 and the long-term roadmap provides clear policy direction and predictability for investment. Second, Morocco is advancing a diversified industrial energy transition, including the development of green hydrogen and its derivatives, expanded waste-to-energy solutions, the progressive electrification of industrial processes, and the deployment of distributed renewable energy systems. Third, Morocco experience highlights the importance of industrial symbiosis, particularly through the valorization of waste streams, which contributes simultaneously to emissions reduction and resource efficiency. Fourth, strong public-private coordination has been instrumental, ensuring coherence between industrial transformation and national climate objectives. In its NDC 3.0, Morocco has adopted a project-based approach, 6 projects targeting industry beyond cement and phosphates, focusing on modernization, efficiency, electrification, and renewable integration. 8 projects dedicated to the cement sector, addressing both energy and process emissions, and 7 projects in the phosphate sector, including ambitious carbon capture targets. This approach reflects Morocco's commitment to reducing carbon intensity while preserving competitiveness and supporting sustainable industrial development. Madam Chair, Morocco's experience highlights 3 key messages. First, immediate and meaningful progress can be achieved using available and cost-effective solutions. Second, long-term successes require anticipating and preparing for breakthrough technologies, particularly carbon capture. Third, enabling environments such as policy frameworks, financing, infrastructure, and regulation are essential to impact. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Morocco. I'll pass on the floor now to Brazil, followed by the ENGOs and UNIDO.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I'll try to follow your request this morning and try to make an intervention that's not just reading. My idea here is to present a little bit and quickly the Brazilian investment platform. That was an idea to tackle the problem with financing, at least part of it, for the decarbonization of the industry. So the idea behind the Brazilian investment platform, that's what we call it BIP, is to create a country platform for investments that need to be done to implement the ecological transformation plan. The ecological transformation plan is basically a plan that will be able to escalate and activate some of core actions for us to achieve the NDC. So we have this new NDC and we have this ecological transformation plan to make sure that we're going to achieve it. But we need financing to implement the ecological transformation plan, and that's where the BIP appears. So the idea from BIP is to bring together investments and projects by facilitating the initial connection between project and these institutionals, MDBs, and other partners. So the projects are connected to the financial institutions that are part of BIP, as I said, MDBs, private banks, insurance market players, and among many others. The projects that are selected needs to be aligned with the energy transition and in sectors that we consider to be priority for the achievement of the ecological transformation plan. And among these sectors, we have industry, and that's why I wanted to bring and share some thoughts. So the BIP works with existing public funds and programs, as well as partner initiatives, including the Brazilian Natural Investment Lab and also ITA Brazil program. It's also partners with MDBs and climate funds to finance nascent technologies and develop innovative financing structures. There are some minimum requirements for the projects to be selected, such as this alignment with the transition plans and some national programs, the concrete environmental impact that the project can bring, the actual need to mobilize finance and support from the platform, and also its socioeconomic benefits such as jobs creation and biodiversity protection, etc. There are some pre-exclusion elements for some projects, such as mining ventures located on indigenous lands, or any extraction, transportation, or commercialization related to oil and gas and derivatives. So just to conclude, there are already 18 approved projects that mobilized around $5 billion. And some very important examples that we have that are already being implemented are Strega and Vale on low-carbon aluminum, and others on sustainable fuels dedicated to decarbonizing the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brazil. Now we have the environmental NGOs constituency.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Bernd Nordman. I represent the WWF network, part of the environmental NGO constituencies. Let me stress one point. I'm happy that I've heard in many interventions the term electrification. I think on a global perspective, and WWF, we are kind of working on a global level in almost all countries all over the world. We see that electrification is something that is relevant everywhere. For instance, decarbonizing steel sector, 2/3 of the investments needed will be in the power sector to decarbonize power. So I think low emission power is the key for many investments here. And I think I want to stress the role of the governments, because the power grids are really a key part of the infrastructure of industrial decarbonization. And that's the role of governments on national, local, regional level. And then we, of course, also from a resilient perspective, it's really key to have also international connections between the grids. So that is something that I think all countries should consider and make efforts to make it possible for the different industries to decarbonize, because we need the connections between the renewable power production and the consumers. They are not situated in the same locations necessarily. And of course, investing in power grids, enabling electrification will actually benefit the whole society. Also, all the citizens finally will gain from this. So I'm happy that this has been mentioned many times, so forth, and I think we should keep on focusing on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the NGO representative. I now have UNIDO, followed by Dominica, and then the Indigenous Peoples Organization. So UNIDO.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all of the representatives here for the interventions that have been made so far. Just gonna, it's not quite at the natural height for me. So I'll keep this brief because UNIDO, of course, via my colleague Nerzat, made, I think, a number of relevant points with regards to different strategies and approaches. But I just wanted to make a few supplementary remarks, really just picking up on many of the interventions that we have already heard. So I think particularly to the examples from China, EU, Australia, and Japan come to mind, with bringing through this narrative of industrial decarbonization, not just as a means to achieve our industry and climate objectives, but really understanding these efforts in green industrialization as an opportunity to advance long-term sustainable development pathways. So this idea of countries, and this includes emerging markets and developing economies, understanding this, be it the potential production of green steel or cement, or the production of wind turbine components, thinking of the power sector and the provisions there, or the production of, or the fostering of clean tech innovations in the example that Japan exhibited. So there are chances or opportunities where countries have either a revealed comparative advantage in these particular components or the ability to develop these. And so there's an opportunity here to, for all countries ultimately to participate within this ambition, irrespective of the current size of their industrial sectors. And then just to conclude, I think, Amanda, to the remarks from NDC Partnership at the beginning of this discussion, noting that I think you said 55% of requests within the NDCs related to industry are still seeking support. And there is this kind of gap that needs to be bridged. With UNIDO and the Climate Club for Industrial Decarbonization, we've launched the Global Matchmaking Platform, which sits within UNIDO, and it effectively tries to link countries with their needs or requirements for industry to prevent potential providers of that support. So that's financiers, it's multilateral development banks, and the like. And this is a relatively new initiative and a good opportunity for looking at this question of industrial decarbonization and thinking of the opportunities or relevance for your country, and then working with us to try to work out how to advance that. I'll leave it there, and thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, UNIDO. Dominica, and then we'll have the IPO and Canada.
Good afternoon, Co-Chair. I'll be extremely short. I heard our colleague from WWF spoke on the issue of energy and the importance of energy for decarbonization. Dominica is a relatively small seed. 65% of our island is forest cover, but we recognize the need to adopt systems that would allow us to transition. By next month, we should be fully commissioning our 10 megawatt geothermal plant. We believe that the key pathway there to us is to produce energy that would allow for the sector to transition, though this specific sector in the context of Dominica is very, very small, but we see that through the production of clean, reliable, cheap energy, we could transition into decarbonization in Dominica into a few elements. We are considering green hydrogen and ammonia production. We also, again, as I said, on our geothermal front, it is our intention to scale up from 10 megawatt to 1 gigawatt for export to a few islands within close proximity. We're also looking at development of a green eco-industrial park. For a small island, it may seem very ambitious, but when we consider the issue of energy and energy security, we have a very high source of geothermal, and that's why we tap into it. And as I said, within the next month, we should have a fully commission geothermal plants in America. So that's our pathway. The issue of financing is always a key issue. Small island like ours, to access the finance, we've been considering geothermal for over 20-something years. And in May, we should have a fully functional plan. But again, financing is a very key component. It was kind of interesting to hear Brazil speak of the BIP. Probably we could consider trying to figure out how those elements could work in trying to get the private sector and the banks to be more critical in on lending monies that may be required for such strategies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dominica, and definitely encouraging to hear of the steps that your country is taking, especially on the energy front. We will have an opportunity during the investment and finance section to talk more about mobilizing private capital. So we will come back to the specific question that you've just raised. I'll give the floor now to the representative of the IPO, and this will be followed by a virtual intervention by Canada.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, for the opportunity to speak. That's a greeting in my indigenous language. I'm very happy to be here, and thank you for the government of Korea for hosting us. So I would like to keep this intervention not as a written intervention so that we can keep it more interactive as per your proposal. So as many of you know, many projects developed under mitigation efforts are impacting indigenous peoples, lands, territories, and resources, and therefore, of course, indigenous peoples' rights. So one fundamental component of effective solutions for effective mitigation strategies is the respect for indigenous peoples' rights to lands, territories, and resources. And, of course, our right to free, prior, and informed consent, which effectively gives indigenous peoples a right to say yes to projects, or to say no to projects, or to say yes with conditions. For example, research that has been conducted says that 54% of the minerals that are currently being extracted for renewable energy technologies, lithium, copper, cobalt, manganese, zinc, and so on, around 54% of them come from indigenous peoples' lands. In my area of the world, from Latin America, that number is as high as 75%, which underpins the need for really respecting indigenous peoples' free, prior, and informed consent. So in terms of solutions, we would like to highlight that one way that we can practically do this is to prioritize partnerships with companies that respect indigenous peoples' rights. And one way we know about this is when they have adopted clear policies and effective policies for respecting indigenous peoples' rights. Many indigenous organizations are already engaged, for example, with electric vehicle manufacturers around the world, and try to encourage them as well to adopt policies that respect free, prior, and informed consent. The same goes with multilateral development banks and commercial banks, for example. They should have a very clear policy on how to respect free, prior, and informed consent, and very clear exit clauses, because what do we do when projects are impacting indigenous peoples' rights and generating rights violations? In the mining industry, for example, is one of the industries where there's lots of rights violations happening, even deaths of indigenous peoples, right defenders and environmental defenders. So this is our contribution, and it's one clear message from indigenous peoples organizations is that mitigation solutions should not violate indigenous peoples' rights. If they do, then they are not a solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our representative of the IPOs, and for emphasizing the importance of the social license to operate and inclusion of indigenous people. I now have two virtual interventions. The first one is from Canada and followed by Saudi Arabia. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I think I'm showing up invisible, perhaps, on my screen. Let me see if I can. Oh, no problem. Apologies. Well, I start by thanking. First, I'd like to start by thanking South Korea for hosting the global dialogue during this climate week. Very important discussions for us to have, and I think Amanda from the NDC partnership, with the statistics she provided, really highlighted the way industrial decarbonization is becoming more and more of a priority as countries understand where and how it fits into their broader mitigation pathways. And I'd like to thank colleagues and other participants around the room for sharing their experiences so far as well. It's been a very insightful and interesting discussion. Just to share a few things from Canada's perspective, I think like many in the room, industrial decarbonization is key to achieving our overall climate goals. So for us, industry, including fuel combustion and industrial processes and product use, accounts for more than 10% of our greenhouse gas emissions. And more than half of that comes from process-related emissions in several hard-to-abate sectors like cement, steel, and chemical production. So while we're starting from a place with a power grid that's already over 80% non-emitting, part of our solution for industrial decarbonization will require us to continue building out clean to meet growing energy demand, including in the industrial sector. I think one central policy I'd touch on is carbon pricing and carbon markets. So it's been Canada's experience that robust and well-functioning industrial carbon markets are really a key tool to unlock investment in major decarbonization projects and support clean and competitive industries. Pollution pricing really creates strong demand for innovative clean technologies, which helps to attract new job opportunities, new investments, new products and lines of business for companies. So it's certainly a pillar of Canada's climate policy, and we're actually in the midst of engaging with provinces and territories on our industrial carbon pricing. We launched engagement with the publication of a discussion paper back in December. The idea is that we will update our industrial carbon pricing benchmark and then set out next steps on federal assessments and decisions on where we would apply the federal backstop for our output-based pricing system. So really, we're just seeing industrial carbon pricing as a key pillar, and the work we're doing right now, we're doing with a view to providing certainty for long-term investment decisions, which is so critical for industry where we see not just capital-intensive infrastructure, but infrastructure that has a very long asset life. So the decisions we're making in the near term will be so important for our longer-term climate and energy goals. One other element I wanted to touch on, I think several panelists and other countries have spoken to this, is the idea of collaboration with industrial experts when developing plans and policies. Our experience is that sectoral roadmaps can be quite critical for making action practical and credible and achievable, because industries understand their own technologies, constraints, and supply chains better than anyone else. So when we work together, we can ensure that roadmaps are not just high-level aspirational documents, but really reflect technical and operational realities. And they give investors and governments more clarity and confidence that can help unlock the funding and long-term investments that are so critical to infrastructure and innovation in industry. So in the Canadian context, we developed, and I won't let my department take credit, but one of our federal departments, Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, co-developed Canada's roadmap to net zero carbon concrete by 2050 with the Cement Association of Canada, and they sort of co-convened a broader process to craft that roadmap together that was launched a few years ago, and it includes a nearer term action plan to 2030 while setting out the signal and trajectory towards 2050. One other issue I wanted to touch on that I don't think I've heard mentioned too much is standards and certifications. So really globally, standards and certifications for tracking, and I'm going to speak specifically to cement and concrete here, but to tracking those emissions vary across jurisdictions, often depending on purpose and existing policy frameworks and the measurement methods used. But our experience has been that interoperability of standards and certifications can really strengthen the global market for low carbon products and create that demand structure and incentive that I think several panelists mentioned as well, while reducing compliance costs for producers and strengthening trust for investors and buyers. And it's a way then to accelerate the adoption of new lower carbon tech and provide sort of a common language to facilitate global markets. So I would be remiss if in discussing that I didn't mention the Cement and Concrete Breakthrough Agenda, which Canada co-chairs with our colleagues from the United Arab Emirates. So speaking to the importance of international cooperation, especially on an area where we have many available solutions, but there are certainly still challenges ahead, including with managing and creating economies of scale. So the Cement and Concrete Breakthrough supports coordination, collaboration, and knowledge sharing between member countries and key international stakeholders, including the IEA and our UNIDO colleagues in the room, and the Global Cement and Concrete Association, which works with cement associations around the world. So just to put some concrete ideas behind a few of the things the Breakthrough does for colleagues' awareness. So the Breakthrough, for example, has drafted white papers for member countries focusing on the benefits of using supplementary cementitious materials to reduce clinker content in cement, co-processing and utilization of carbon capture, utilization and sequestration to decarbonize the cement and concrete sectors. And the papers identify potential enabling policies that could be adopted according to national needs. Another area is, as I mentioned, the standards and certifications. That's a key priority of the Cement and Concrete Breakthrough. And they're collaborating with, the Climate Club, the Industrial Deep Decarbonization Initiative, and others towards a harmonization of standards across cement and concrete production. Thank you very much. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Canada. I now have 2 interventions left and just about 2 or 3 more minutes. So I would urge you to be a little bit brief, but of course without compromising the content of your intervention. I pass on to Saudi Arabia, followed by South Africa.
Thank you for giving us the floor again, Chair. I'll try to be brief. In addition to the CCUS example shared by my colleague, Saudi Arabia also has experience deploying centralized digital optimization platforms, applying predictive analytics, digital twins, and machine learning across power generation, renewable energy, and desalination assets. The architecture combines secure IoT-based data acquisition, hybrid physics-based and machine learning analytics for anomaly detection, and workflow applications that link operational improvements directly to auditable emissions outcomes. These reductions came from improving the efficiency and the reliability of existing infrastructure, including power, desalination, and wind assets, and avoiding emissions linked to unplanned outages. So what strengthens the credibility of this type of intervention is the MRV design, which is condition-corrected baselines, pre- and post-matched counterfactuals, and full traceability of performance improvements. Avoided emissions were auditable and not estimated. So most importantly, these interventions leveraged existing infrastructure and therefore can be implemented without waiting for new capacity deployment, making them pretty much transferable across different national contexts. The broader point is that digital optimization of operational assets represents an underutilized mitigation pathway that can deliver real measurable emission reductions in the near term, complementing supply-side measures such as renewable deployment and CCUS while helping to close the implementation gap. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Saudi Arabia. And last but not least is South Africa. HL, you have the floor.
1, 2. Okay, it's on. Thank you, Co-Chair. I'll be very brief as you mentioned. So maybe just to first thank the Secretariat and also the host country for hosting the meeting and all the arrangements. I'll just provide some few brief reflections on a few key highlights in my country as it relates to the industrial sector, but from a more policy perspective, bearing in mind that there's a number of actual, measures being implemented on the ground. Maybe just some insights on emissions in our industrial sector. Since 2000, our IPPU emissions have decreased by 6.7%. And if one looks at our most recent inventory, our IPPU sector only accounts for about 6.4% of the country's emissions. As a basis, we have our Climate Change Act, of course, which sets the basis for our decarbonization efforts, but also has key pillars related to sustainable, which is key for us, which is sustainable development and economic growth. Of course, in our energy sector, we have a very ambitious integrated resource plan, as well as our Just Energy Transition Investment Plan, which supports the country's mandated goal of achieving a low-carbon economy and a climate-resilient society by driving sustainable development and economic growth, and also creating jobs and increasing the country's energy security. For our industrial sector, key decarbonization efforts include, I've mentioned this before, we've developed sectoral emission targets for public sectors. This will be driven by our public, our line ministries, and also we have carbon budgets and mitigation plans that is required by what's done for the industrial sector, with a framework for coordination across government levels, making these measures legally enforceable under our Climate Change Act. We link to the carbon budgets. We also have our carbon tax and our national carbon offset scheme. That's linked. As I said, our carbon budgets and mitigation plan regulations, we've just finalized them, and these include hard-to-abate sectors, including cement and metal production. Maybe just more detail under our sectoral emission targets. We have both qualitative and quantitative targets for industry. When one looks at the qualitative targets, we have a set of policies and measures which include green hydrogen commercialization strategy. We also have the industrial action plans, industrial finance incentives, strategy for green trade barriers, a green low industrial strategy that's still under development, and we also have our national building standards and regulations. Within these sectoral emission targets, we've developed different scenarios which have different investment requirements. So the more investment we can mobilize as a country, the more ambitious our sectoral emission targets can be. These sectoral emission targets are also included in our latest updated NDC, and they also updated every 5 years in line with, and parallel to the NDCs. Yeah, so that's all. I'll just leave it there. Keep it nice and brief. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a comprehensive overview of the policy landscape. So we have reached the end of our session. I want to thank you all for all those interventions, a lot of wealthy insights that we've received. I'm not going to even make an attempt to summarize at this point, since I'll be summarizing tomorrow morning when we look across all the sessions together. We will now take a 15-minute break and resume at around 4:05. So you can grab your coffee. You have an opportunity to also interact with each other. And then we will come back and continue the conversation on the second theme, now focusing specifically on what some of the challenges have been and the opportunities to overcome them. So once again, thank you very much for all the valuable input, and we'll see you in 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, so welcome back from the break. This is the last session of the day, so we're going to dive straight into the second breakout group. Once again, just a reminder for our virtual participants to request the floor, please put your name in the chat, including the name of your party organization. And you could also use your virtual hand to ask for the floor. So the guiding questions for this group now is, what challenges and barriers have been encountered in the development, adoption, and scaling up or implementation of technologies in decarbonization of industries in your country or in your region? And this, of course, could be technology such as long life cycles of industrial plants, technology maturity, advanced innovation, and the need for breakthrough technology, among others. Also, we would like you to address the question around, based on your national or regional experiences, what approaches have helped address these challenges and barriers in practice? Now, you may not necessarily have solved them, but we do hope that we can gain inspiration from those who may have encountered and resolved this. So to help get our conversation started, we're pleased to invite Gyuri Kim. She's a diplomacy lead for Solutions for Our Climate, SFOC, here in the Republic of Korea. So Gyuri, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Distinguished co-chair, secretariat, participants, thank you for having me here today. My name is Gyuri Kim. I'm part of Solutions for Our Climate. We're an NGO based here in Seoul, South Korea. And welcome to Yeosu, everyone. It's a very fitting place to be having this conversation today. Yeosu is one of Korea's 3 major petrochemical hubs where products flow into supply chains across the world. And just 30 minutes away from us sits Gwangyang, which is the home to the world's largest blast furnace complex. The transition efforts taking place here today matters beyond Korea's borders because industrial decarbonization is a shared challenge that runs through entire value chains. The UNFCCC Climate Week is an appropriate moment to discuss KGX, Korea's emerging framework for industrial decarbonization. So you may know Korea is the 5th largest apparent steel consumer in the world, and our steel industry is the single largest industrial emitter, accounting for around 17% of our total national emissions. So I'm here today to share some specific challenges, barriers, and what's been beginning to work for us in Korea. And I'll give a bit more of specific examples. So first, carbon lock-in through long asset life cycles. Blast furnaces last from 15 to 20 years, and when relined, that lifespan resets. POSCO, which is Korea's largest steelmaker, has been relining furnaces at both Pohang and Gwangyang, 2 regions here in Korea. And in February last year, we had 10 young plaintiffs aged 11 to 18 that filed a lawsuit demanding POSCO to stop those relinings. And the argument was that it would lock in 137 million tons of cumulative CO2 over the next 15 years. A furnace relined today will run until 2040, well beyond Korea's 2036 phase-out plan. And this is not a technical issue, it's a capital allocation decision that embeds fossil fuel dependency for decades. Second, to talk about technology and financing gap, Korea has developed its own hydrogen-based steelmaking technology called HyREX, which passed its feasibility study in June last year. A 300,000-ton demonstration plant is being built in Pohang, but fully commercializing HyREX requires at least 14.8 billion USD by 2050. Yet our government funding the past 2 years has only totaled 20 million USD. To give you an idea, Germany, that produces less than half of Korea's steel output, invests 38 times more in steel decarbonization than we do. So the pilot is funded, but commercial scale deployment beyond 2031 is not. And that gap between demonstration and commercialization is where Korea's pathway risks breaking right now. To talk about this, we also have to look at Korea's energy system constraint. HyREX runs on hydrogen, and green hydrogen requires renewable electricity. And currently, Korea's renewable share is around 9%. The government targets 30% by 2035 and 100 gigawatts by 2030, but the 11th Basic Plan only projects 22% by 2030. And POSCO has confirmed the HYREX pilot will initially run on gray hydrogen from gas reforming, not green, and this is because the clean supply chain does not yet exist here. So renewable energy and hydrogen infrastructure are being planned in silos, not co-designed with industrial transition timelines, and that coordination failure remains urgent and unresolved for us. To talk about our carbon prices that are too weak to drive investment, Korea's KETS carbon price is at 6 to 7 USD per ton, which is against the IPCC recommended 50 to 100 USD by 2030. And steel and petrochemicals continue to receive 100% free allocation, which are the sectors accounting for 95% of our industrial emissions. Right here, right now in Yeosu, the crisis is quite immediate for our petrochemical industry. Last year, the production fell over 10%, exports dropped nearly 14%, and unemployment benefit recipients rose by more than 44%. But cutting capacity alone does not secure this region's future. Naphtha cracking accounts for 70% of petrochemical emissions, and renewable energy-based electrification is the most cost-effective pathway available. Yet Korea still remains at the laboratory stage, while BASF is already operating demonstration plants. So to give an example of what's been working for us in the policy development, last November, the K-Steel Act passed, which is the first steel legislation in 40 years, which creating the framework for decarbonization planning, HYREX support, low carbon steel zones, and green steel certification. That will enter into force this June, very soon, and a follow-up amendment would add electricity tariff relief, which is a necessary condition for a fundamentally electricity-intensive transition. You may know in 2024, Korea's Constitutional Court ruled the Carbon Neutrality Act as unconstitutional, prompting the current Lee administration to submit a 2035 NDC target and launch the KGX, the very process that brings us together this week. For petrochemicals, Yeosu has the industrial base, workforce, and renewable energy potential to lead. So what we're missing now, or what we're needing now, is a regionally led roadmap backed by R&D demonstration funding and concrete policy support. So Korea's experience illustrates a pattern this room will recognize. Good frameworks without financing are just documents. Ambitious roadmaps without credible infrastructure are just timelines. And certification standards set too low to drive real technology shifts are ambition without accountability for us. This is precisely why the mitigation work program matters. And Korea's financing gap, carbon prices too weak to shift investment, and energy and hydrogen plants reside in silos. These are not uniquely Korean problems. They are structural barriers this work program must help dismantle. I'll stop here, and I hope we'll have a very fruitful discussion today. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Kiri, and for that very concise and clear framework of some of the challenges. I will now open the floor for your interventions, reactions, comments, examples. Okay, thank you, Nasser. So we have Nasser Ode from CAPSARC to kick us off again. Over to you.
Oh, hi. Yes, I mean, talking about the challenges, just to follow up from the previous session, from the experience in Saudi Arabia and the wider region, a number of common challenges have emerged. And these, I think, they are not really unique to one country, but rather, reflect broader structural system-level issues. The first and most significant one is the cost, of course. Many carbon management solutions, particularly carbon capture, utilization, and storage, are still very, very expensive, as we know. This is especially the case when you consider transport and storage infrastructure, as well as the cost of low-carbon, hydrogen required for many utilization pathways, like, for example, making synthetic fuels. As a result, the current cost profile can limit large-scale deployment, without the right enabling conditions. So collaboration is needed to share knowledge and expertise, in order to bring these costs down. A second challenge, which we have noticed, is basically related to technology maturity. So while some solutions are already commercially available, others such as, again, sustainable aviation fuels or synthetic fuels, or even using CO2 in chemicals, are still at early stage of development. This creates uncertainty around performance, scalability, long-term economics, and this could delay investment. For the CCS example, for example, from a technology point of view, we think that we should not lock ourselves into, for example, one technology. For example, amine is the most widely used technology worldwide, or proposed technology. But obviously there are other technologies, like potassium carbonate is well established in other sectors and can actually be used for things like the cement sector, some of the chemical sectors and so on. So really we should explore the full spectrum of available solvents and technologies and so on. Regulation is a very important, which I highlighted also in the panel discussion, is basically regulation, the liability for the CO2 stored. Actually, when it relates to the CO2 storage, is a very important aspect. But regulation in general, whether it's also, for example, in terms of energy efficiency, the encouragement of waste heat utilization, how do you incentivize that? This is a very important aspect. And also an additional aspect maybe I can highlight is that we have the issue of long industrial asset life cycles. Many facilities operate for 20 to 40 years or more, which creates a risk, obviously, of long-term emission lock-in. Aligning decarbonization pathways with these existing, infrastructure cycles requires careful planning, particularly when considering retrofits to systems or phase transitions. And we talked a lot about the infrastructure being a big barrier. For example, when it comes to CO2 transport and storage specifically, obviously in the Kingdom or Saudi Arabia, that is still developing or evolving. But the absence of shared infrastructure can constrain, both the scalability and cost effectiveness of CCS. And maybe also, I would like also to highlight finally the market demand. Market and demand uncertainty is very important, because in the Kingdom we are looking specifically at CO2 utilization pathways on the road to basically developing a CCU hub. At present, demand for low carbon industrial products and CO2-based fuels remains limited or unclear in many cases. This uncertainty can affect the bankability of projects and delay investment decisions. So overall, I think a key challenge is not only developing the technologies themselves, unlocking ourselves in the technology or not, but also creating the markets. That's also important. The infrastructure and policy frameworks as well, to basically enhance and help scalability. That is also another challenge. So new innovations which could have a major role. For example, the aspect of using CO2 in brine from desalination plants, and using CO2 in alkaline industrial waste, such as, for example, something we've been looking at is in the Kingdom, is steel slag, or even, for example, cement kiln dust as sinks for carbon dioxide. These are innovative solutions, but they need, obviously, the capital. They have low capital to really deploy them, but obviously in comparison to other solutions. But then, and they are being demonstrated in other countries like in Australia and other countries. But obviously, the key thing here is the financial incentive and the regulation. Based on our experience, a number of practical approaches have emerged. Over the years, trying to really how do we address these barriers? Policy frameworks such as the circular carbon economy, and obviously that helped, gave a long-term policy signal, which helped provide direction and confidence for the private sector to come in. This kind of clarity is essential for stakeholders making those long-term decisions. And also, collaboration, public-private sector collaboration, has been critical and important. Partnerships between government, industry, and research institutions have helped advance innovation in many of the technologies I have mentioned earlier, knowledge exchange, and also collaboration, whether within the kingdom, also globally. That was a very important aspect in terms of advancing many of the thinking. And thirdly, obviously, the development of industrial clusters. I mean, we identified 18 industrial clusters across the kingdom in different locations, from east to west, north to south. And that obviously is a very effective approach, clustering industry, by concentrating industrial activity and enabling shared infrastructure. Such, this obviously can significantly reduce costs and improve scalability again. Another important approach is the phased approach, like the kingdom's target in terms of 9 million tons by 2028, 44 million tons by 2035 for CCS, is held by having a phased approach of like first phase by up to 2030 and then beyond that. So that is that's helpful. I think finally and importantly, there is a growing, obviously, I think, recognition of the need for prioritization. I like the comment before from my colleagues about the need for industrial roadmaps. This is something obviously which obviously something we need to develop in Saudi Arabia. Basically, looking at roadmaps for the different sectors, the cement, the steel, the refineries, and so on. Because developing these MAC curves and looking, okay, what is the least cost options for different industries? It could be energy efficiency, which is probably the case for many of these sectors. Is it renewable, alternative fuels? Is it hydrogen, or maybe waste used in these industries to generate heat, electricity, or even other alternative fuels? And it could be CCS. But obviously, we need to develop these roadmaps actually and look at that MAC curve and see what are the most attractive options. And thank you. That's my intervention here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nasser, for that intervention, and really I think just from the experiences of the kingdom, setting the stage on the range of challenges that you have not only experienced but of course foresee as countries undertake an industrial decarbonization process. Next on my list is Katie from Lead It, and this is going to be a virtual intervention. Katie?
Thank you so much. So I'm just going to provide a few remarks from my colleague Felipe, who unfortunately had to step out, but he's our head of partnerships at Lead It. And he wanted to elaborate on a particular challenge, but perhaps also an opportunity to overcome that challenge or to tackle that challenge, which is on the topic of technology dissemination that was also touched on by Adriana earlier today. One of the key insights that we'd like to share with this group is that the journey taken by industrialized economies to decarbonize heavy industry, in other words, heavily subsidizing new technology, does not need to be the only route for emerging markets. So many low carbon solutions are already well advanced in industrialized economies. The challenge is that they haven't often been tested or adapted to local conditions elsewhere. And that creates technology risk, which raises the cost of capital and limits deployment. Put simply, solutions may exist globally, but they are only ready in certain places and not always where they are needed most. And we have an example of this issue from our own work with India and Sweden. So a Swedish technology provider may have a proven solution, but demonstrating that it works in India requires the Indian counterpart to send materials back and forth between countries, which is costly, time-consuming, and ultimately limited in scope. A more practical solution is to develop and support mechanisms that take proven technologies from industrialized countries and adapt these technologies to emerging markets in laboratories and industrial facilities in emerging markets for the benefit of multiple companies. This approach not only lowers the cost of these technologies, but by doing so, it enables the dissemination of clean technologies to take place through market forces throughout an entire industry. So rather than on a company by company basis, since ultimately lower price makes for a stronger business case. This, in Felipe's words, is what technology transfer looks like when it is not charity. If it works in India or in Brazil, it will work in other regions of the world that might not have the Goldilocks conditions of countries like Sweden. And it's not without its challenges. It takes time to identify the right technologies, find the right partners, agree terms for adapting technologies. But we starting to see promising developments on these kinds of mechanisms in countries like India and others. So, broad point, if we want to unlock industrial decarbonisation globally, we need to think more creatively about how and where technology becomes truly ready. And this is something that we're working on and really encourage others to do so. Thanks so much for the floor.
Thank you, Katie. I'm really hoping that through dialogues such as this, we may be able to identify ways to ensure that some of those challenges and the opportunities to resolve them can be leveraged. Now I have another virtual intervention, and this is from Colombia.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. My colleague in the previous session for these same themes too outlined main structural barriers to industrial decarbonization, including I would mention some of those mentioned before, including challenges related to data availability and quality in order to be able to design or move toward higher tier methodologies and to design more targeted mitigation strategies, as well as long life cycles of industrial assets, particularly in sectors such as cement and steel, which, of course, as mentioned before by some of our colleagues, creating risks of carbon locking. And also some infrastructure gaps, shortages of specialized human capital, and the need for breakthrough technologies. Also, she mentioned some enabling approaches, including development of investment portfolios for a just transition, regulatory, financial, and fiscal enablers. But I would like to further share some reflections grounded in the practical experience also in the industrial decarbonization in Colombia. A first key challenge here relates to the mismatch between available technologies and local conditions. In several cases, technologies that are technically viable have required adaptation to national contexts, including differences in feedstock quality, infrastructure, and operational capacities. This has highlighted the importance for us of technology co-development and local technical validation rather than simple transfer of technology. Second, we have faced barriers linked to operational integration within existing industrial processes. Even when technologies are available, their incorporation into ongoing production systems can disrupt efficiency or increase short-term costs. And of course, the availability of or the viability of the industry to integrate them. This has required a gradual approach combining pilot phases, process optimization, and capacity building within companies, as well as also mentioned before, the challenge and at the same time the strong collaboration with organized industry as a strategic asset. And I would like also to mention another important barrier as the fragmentation of actors across value chains, which complicates the implementation of systemic solutions such as circular economy approaches or industrial symbiosis. Overcoming this has required creating platforms for coordination and trust building among industries, government, and other stakeholders. In response to these challenges, several approaches have proven particularly useful. First, phased implementation strategies, as I mentioned before, starting with pilots, for example, but scaling them progressively. Second, targeted technical assistance embedded with industrial processes. This has been critical to ensure that technologies are effectively adopted and sustained over time. Thirdly, publicly available, public-private coordination mechanisms, which have enabled an alignment between policy design and industrial realities, facilitating more practical and implementable solutions. In conclusion, Colombia's experience shows that the main challenge is not only access to technologies, but for their effective integration into real industrial contexts. Addressing these will require flexible, context-specific approaches that combine technical, institution, and market solutions. So with this, I thank you very much for the floor.
Thank you very much, Colombia. I now have the Saudi Arabia, Ghada.
Thank you, Chair. Building on the points already highlighted by my colleague, from the perspective of ICT-enabled decarbonization, several challenges arise in practice, and many of which are not specific to Saudi Arabia, but observed globally. One key challenge is that many industrial assets have long operational life cycles, and operators are understandably cautious about introducing new technologies that may affect reliability or production continuity. A second barrier relates to data availability and standardization. Many digital optimization approaches rely on high-quality operational data, yet data architectures were not originally designed with emission reduction or measurements in mind, which can make integration a bit complex. We also observe that digital mitigation solutions often fall between sectoral mandates, requiring coordination between energy, industry, and ICT actors, which can slow adoption where governance structures are not yet fully aligned. In practice, several approaches have helped address these challenges, such as focusing on the existing infrastructure allows emission reductions without requiring early retirement of capital stock, making implementation more feasible within existing investment cycles. Developing common methodologies and MRV approaches increases confidence that digital interventions can produce measurable mitigation outcomes. And collaboration between regulators, technology providers, and industrial operators helps align expectations on data requirements, cybersecurity considerations, and operational risk management as well. So within the circular carbon economy framework, digital technologies can support multiple pillars by improving efficiency, optimizing energy use across systems, and enabling more robust monitoring and verification. Overall, ICT-enabled optimization can support incremental but scalable emission reductions across industrial systems, and particularly where approaches are designed to integrate with existing infrastructure and governance frameworks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate you following up with the challenges around the opportunity that you had outlined earlier. Now we have China, followed by the European Union. Sorry, I didn't see which flag went up first, so thank you.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, and thanks for EU for giving me the floor. Actually, he raised the flag first. So for China, would like to share the following points. The first is about the barriers. So China is facing three major barriers: the barriers on technology, the barriers on financial and capacity, and also the barriers on international cooperation environment. So technology perspective, the main challenge in China is the bottlenecks in the core technologies, One example is on the hydrogen energy. China's hydrogen energy industry is a critical stage of transition from the small-scale demonstration to large-scale industrialization. With limited application demand and an insufficient economic viability, it is necessary to expand the application scale in the industry sector to reduce cost. Meanwhile, the efforts should be made to integrate the resources through the policy support and the interministerial coordination and lower the cost of hydrogen production via electricity price support and participation in the electricity markets. Another example is the CCUS. The technology of CCUS is still in the R&D and pilot stage. The energy consumption and cost of carbon dioxide capture is very high. We are facing the restrictions for industrial decarbonization. There is still a long way to go before the commercial application. So regarding the second barrier on financial and capacity, so firstly, the investment is insufficient. At present, the investment in China's green and low-carbon industry is mainly concentrated in the relative mature sectors like the wind power and PV, while the share of the investment in cutting-edge fields such as the hydrogen energy and CCUS is relatively low. In addition, the social capacity lacks the enthusiasm for participation, which represents with the lower investment comparing with the traditional industries. Secondly, the second barrier is on the shortage on talents. There is a severe lack of the interdisciplinary and versatility professionals. The talents training system cannot fully meet the actual needs of the industry. The third barrier is the international enabling environment. China and many other countries as well are facing the challenge of unilateral measures. We believe this is necessary for having an inclusive trade environment as the positive enabler for enlarging the international cooperation. The global green transition, including the industry sector, needs an enabling environment. So therefore, the unilateral measures will undermine the collective efforts towards global green transition. Regarding the barriers above, China is making great efforts to address those challenges. Firstly, we build a green and low-carbon industrial system, promote technology upgrading of traditional energy incentive industries, and plan ahead for a cutting edge in industries such as the hydrogen energy and CCUS. Secondly, China develops a food chain green supply chain, drive the coordinated low-carbon transformation of upstream and downstream industries, develop a circular economy, and improve the product recycling system. Thirdly, China is deepening the international green cooperation, strengthen the exchange on technology and standards through the multilateral mechanism, encourage competitive green industries to go globally, fulfill the responsibility of as a major country with concrete actions, and jointly promote the global green and low-carbon transition with all countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, China. And now we'll have the European Union. And thank you for ceding your place on the queue to a colleague from China.
Of course, thanks a lot for, and I mean this, fully sincerely for guiding us to this day and the discussions here as well. Thanks to all the colleagues here for the very valuable contributions. Well, I tried to fix the mic, but I think that's how it works. Yeah, on behalf of the EU and its 27 member states, let me bring in some general remarks and then also some more specific remarks on barriers that we are facing in the EU. So on the general remarks, just to highlight that, of course, the industrial sector is responsible for a substantial share and portion of global greenhouse gas emissions. We heard today in the morning in the presentation by UNIDO, I think, that 65% of the energy for the industrial sector comes from fossil fuels, and also reports such as the Production Gap Report reveal a persistent gap between planned fossil fuel production and the levels consistent with the Paris Agreement, which underscores from our perspective the necessity of reducing and stopping to the extent possible the dependence on fossil fuels in industrial processes. From our perspective, the decarbonization of the industry really starts with cutting emissions at the source, and this either is the electricity generation or the provision of feedstocks, and therefore includes the whole fossil fuel supply chain into the efforts of reducing emissions in the industry sector. We've also seen that the industry sector suffers under the volatility of fossil fuel energy markets in the EU, but also beyond, as it is demonstrated by the latest conflict-driven energy price shocks, while inefficient fossil fuel subsidies still diminish the efforts to transition to decarbonized industries. And just to give you some numbers, in the EU, the EU fossil fuel import costs increased by more than 22 billion euros since the start of the conflict. So urgent action is therefore needed, not only to decarbonize existing facilities, but to prevent the further addition of emissions-intensive production facilities. Advancing from the lock-in of fossil fuels in the industry sector requires, of course, collaborative action, innovative solutions, and robust policy frameworks recognizing different circumstances. Let me now go to another point which definitely addresses some of the barriers and was also already mentioned by some speakers before. The important point that we in the EU see that, of course, addressing barriers can be supported by an inclusive and gender-responsive industrial transition to low and zero emission industries, including the full, equal and meaningful participation of women and girls in all the diversity, and also saying that the development and deployment of new technologies should also create opportunities to enhance women's participation, leadership, and address persistent gaps in industrial employment and innovation systems by, for instance, promoting women's participation in STEM, which is still, I think, not only in the EU but also globally still an issue to tackle, but also in engineering, manufacturing, and clean energy sectors. Let me now go into some more specific examples from barriers that we see in the EU. So for instance, maybe just to give you some context, whenever the European Commission is working on a legislative proposal, we also provide an impact assessment, and in this impact assessment there is always a very comprehensive view on challenges and barriers and solutions. So for instance, under the Industrial Accelerator Act, there are several barriers to the industrial decarbonization mentioned. For instance, that there's still limited demand for low-carbon industrial products, which either comes from market failure reasons, so challenges in distinguishing low-carbon industrial products from high-carbon alternatives, for instance, or as a second driver, the limited willingness to pay a premium for low-carbon industrial products. We see that the industrial sectors often continue to face significantly higher costs for producing low-carbon products, often due to the lack of economies of scale. Another barrier that we've identified within the EU is the supply chain vulnerabilities. So, as you're aware, the EU manufacturing is exposed to a risk of dependency for its most strategic industries, which is a challenge to the EU's strategic autonomy and clean energy transition. And in fact, the EU industries face increasing difficulty in accessing critical and other raw materials at competitive prices and/or quantities. And this challenge is compounded by third countries increasingly using export controls to secure domestic supply. Another point that we see is the deployment of industrial decarbonization technologies at scales requires infrastructure, and providing this infrastructure is a challenge in itself. So we're talking about, for instance, grids and the connectivity to grids, as mentioned before, but also hydrogen infrastructure and providing the hydrogen infrastructure at a scale so that industries can actually use it at the site. And then we also identified some other barriers, such as the often or sometimes still not adjusted to the industrial transformation, existing permitting and the permitting procedures and also regulative procedures. So updating them in order to be in line with the industrial decarbonization is another key point. And last but not least, that when there is less certainty of the long-term pathway, that also implies that there is less certainty in the investment, and this can create a barrier that we also see within the EU. Let me also then just come to another point that we've been identifying, which is coming back to the points of the energy supply. So we in the EU, of course, see that decarbonizing the industry starts with cutting the emissions at the source. Does either at electricity generation or the provision of feedstock. And from our perspective, again, it cannot be denied that the fossil fuel industry must play a role in this transition. And we therefore consider it highly relevant to address the challenges and opportunities within the fossil fuel industry associated with the transition away from fossil fuels, including tailored transition pathways to really make a case for the full transformation of the industry sector, including the energy sources that it relies on. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, EU. Japan, you're next, followed by the United Kingdom.
Thank you for giving me the floor. So a key challenge lies in how to advance in an integrated manner the entire process from technology development to deployment and diffusion in hard-to-abate sectors like iron, steel, chemicals. To address this challenge, Japan is taking a comprehensive approach that supports the technology, finance, and demand dimensions in an integrated manner. Specifically, Japan provides continuous technology support through the Green Innovation Fund, which covers the full spectrum from research and development to demonstration and social implementation. So in addition, Japan promotes large-scale capital investment through upfront government support utilizing GX economy transition bonds, so thereby encouraging corporate investment. Furthermore, Japan is advancing initiatives for the visualization of environmental value and the creation of demand for GX products. In addition, Japan implements support measures based on the sectoral investment strategies, which set out the direction of investment and support measures for priority industries. Japan is also advancing capital investment support and regional infrastructure development under the GX Strategic Zone Framework, which promotes the utilization of decarbonized power sources and the development of related infrastructure. Such an integrated approach across technology, finance, and demand is positioned as a practical solution. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Japan. United Kingdom, and then Norway.
Thank you for giving me the floor. So to deliver the UK's ambitious NDC of at least 81% reductions by 2035 on 1990 levels, we must reduce our industrial emissions by at least 2/3. So that in itself is a steep challenge. Industry emissions in the UK have more than halved from 1990 to 2023, whilst also increasing their output, but there is more to do. So some specific challenges for the UK include around industrial electrification. We shared earlier about our priorities there, and it was great to hear that echoed in other interventions, including from the representative from ENGO. Industrial electrification will be key to reaching our goals. However, high electricity prices are a significant pressure on UK industry. The only way to bring down electricity prices for good is to end the UK's dependency on volatile international fossil fuels and markets, including through our Clean Power by 2030 mission. This will require huge upgrades to the national grid, which is expensive, but will also provide jobs. International cooperation and coordination across these areas is vital, and we therefore appreciate the inclusion from Turkey of electrification and grid optimization as an action agenda priority for COP31, and would encourage strong engagement from parties in this initiative. Secondly, another challenge for the UK is around carbon leakage. If carbon leakage is not addressed, it will be not be possible to successfully decarbonise UK industry, as any decarbonisation could be undermined by carbon leakage, and indeed this could see global emissions overall rise. Carbon leakage is a serious concern for the UK. Key industries at threat of carbon leakage comprise 11% of 2022 UK greenhouse gas emissions. The CBAM is one part of our approach to carbon leakage, which also includes wider action to accelerate global industrial decarbonisation, support the uptake of carbon pricing, and encouraging collaboration to tackle carbon leakage. Thirdly, around demand offtake and offtake for green industrial products. Demand and offtake are the critical bottlenecks for scaling industrial decarbonisation globally. Without credible long-term demand and signals for green industrial products, investors face high risk and capital does not flow at the scale required. Creating demand through coordinated offtake and procurement is therefore essential to make low-carbon industry the default choice. Aligned global standards and definitions for green industrial goods are a necessary enabler of demand, trade and investment, and harmonised approaches to emissions accounting, benchmarking and product definitions can help reduce fragmentation, support cross-border trade in green industrial products and give buyers confidence in green claims. This has been reinforced by the UK's consultation on demand-side measures for low-carbon industrial products, which closed last year, and responses to that are now being analysed. And the consultation will inform development of a policy framework that can increase the demand for low-carbon products, such as through procurement and product classifications, and therefore reduce investment risk domestically. Thank you.
Thank you very much, UK. And now we have Norway, followed by the farmers.
Thank you. As mentioned in my intervention earlier, the fundamental challenge of many hard-to-abate sectors is that carbon is an integrated part and chemical input to many of the industrial processes. And moving beyond efficiency improvements need new technologies using direct electrification, green hydrogen, or CCS, among others. And developing and implementing such technologies typically involves long lead times for research and development, as well as large long-term investments with high upfront costs. As a result, climate technology deployment in industry is exposed to a range of barriers. And solving such barriers may need a wide range of instruments. Let me take a couple of them. First, we need trustworthy long-term policy signals, reducing the risk for stakeholders, and ambitious NDCs and long-term targets are therefore key. Nearly 10 years ago, Norway enshrined our NDCs and 2050 long-term targets in national law, which is, in our experience, one way of providing both signals in the short, medium, and long term for the industry sector. Second, scaling up mitigation efforts in industry need to combine several measures. Carbon pricing is key, and as our colleagues from South Pole said earlier today, we see an increase in global coverage of carbon pricing, bringing forward a more level playing field and harmonized approach across countries in regard to climate policies. Also, carbon pricing can provide long-term signals, not only on the margin, but for carbon pricing to affect long-term investment decisions, predictability is essential. At the same time, public support for research and development is important, not only backed by industrial policy, but also by economic theory. Our experience is that this has been very important in our work on CCS, and the role of the government in our work with CCS has been both necessary and important, both as a convener to connect different technological actors, but also to support high-front investments that one stakeholder may not take alone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Norway. Now we have our colleague from the Farmers constituency, followed by Australia.
Thank you once again, Madam Co-Chair. Farmers face many challenges to decarbonization. Transitioning to low-carbon practices such as agroecology, aquaecology, adopting new sustainable machineries, using renewable energy requires significant capital. Yet, many farmers, especially small-scale farmers, have very limited access to capital, especially bigger capital. Many loaning institutions like banks need collateral, and many farmers do not have any. So it is difficult to secure loans for green investments. Financial support to use machines and equipments that is powered by renewable energy is inadequate, even absent in many developing countries. Another barrier is in inappropriate technologies, because many technologies are designed for large farm operations and is not tailored to smaller, diversified, or fragmented plots. We have talked about carbon markets here as a way to finance decarbonization. However, one very basic thing to address is the lack of capacity and subsequent involvement of farmers and their organizations in regulating carbon markets, such that they adhere to carbon standards and such that they ensure the farmers' full rights to ownership or stewardship of their lands, and that they significantly and directly benefit from any profit from these carbon markets. We have documented several carbon projects in Indonesia and Laos, where farming and fishing communities are not involved in carbon project design, are displaced from their farms, or are benefiting little from the project. Family farmers try to address these challenges by establishing and strengthening our political and economic entities, especially our unions, associations, and cooperatives. For example, the cooperatives, collaborating with their members, farmers, and other partners such as with governments, NGOs, and research institutions, provide awareness raising, collective investment on appropriate machineries, and charging fees per use, providing loans at low interest rates and at farmer-friendly terms in processing applications and in collection of payments, and amplifying the voices of their members in policy influencing with their governments to get the needed policies to secure their rights, the needed grants and financing to shift to green investments in agriculture. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to Australia, followed by Morocco, and then the ENGOs.
Thank you very much, and we do share a number of the challenges highlighted by others, for example, the need for long-term demand for green products. But in this intervention, I'll focus on 4 key challenges and solutions to address those challenges in Australia. Firstly, this relates to widespread electrification. So as this intensifies across the economy, that will continue to increase demand for electricity in Australia. The electricity supply will need to double or triple from the current level by 2050 to enable the uptake of electrification technologies across the economy, and that includes in the industry sector. So sufficient levels of firmed renewable energy are therefore essential to both meet this additional demand and replace existing fossil-based energy. And this necessitates significant grid transformation and the deployment of storage capacity in Australia. There are a large range of policies in place to address this, and I won't go through them all, but I'll just give one example, which is focused on attracting investment and financing in this transition. This is the Capacity Investment Scheme, which is a government revenue underwriting scheme aimed at accelerating and de-risking investment in renewable energy and clean dispatchable energy. The second challenge is the need to improve business awareness of their energy use to help identify appropriate strategies to optimise energy use in the industry sector. So in terms of ways to address this, Australia has a national energy performance strategy, which provides a long-term framework to coordinate and accelerate actions to improve energy performance. There are also a range of programs to support businesses and industrial facilities to adopt cleaner, more efficient technologies, for example, the Powering the Regions Fund. The third challenge is that technical innovation is required for most industry subsectors to reach net zero in Australia, and this particularly applies to hard-to-abate sectors and industrial processes with complex production processes, for example, iron and steel, alumina, cement and chemicals. And this makes the transition and crucially planning for the transition more complicated because there is a degree of uncertainty. And one of the key things to address this is the need for research and investment in the near term. One example of a policy for this in Australia is the Future Made in Australia Innovation Fund, which provides grant funding to support pre-commercial innovation, demonstration and deployment of renewable energy and low emissions technologies across green metals, clean energy technology, manufacturing and low carbon liquid fuels. And the last challenge I'll highlight here is that the industrial net zero transition has a particularly profound impact on regional Australia, which is where most of the industrial activity takes place. And this comes with some opportunities, but also significant challenges. The transition will cause significant changes in local industrial infrastructure, job opportunities, and business practices. So different practices from government to build community buy-in and to ensure a just transition are really essential. Examples of these include early and inclusive community consultation, benefit sharing arrangements, and a coordinated approach to retraining and reskilling local workforces. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Now we have Morocco, followed by our colleagues from the ENGOs.
Thank you so much, Chair, for giving me the floor. Morocco's experience in decarbonizing industry highlights several key challenges. First, long life cycle of industrial assets, slow down transformation and require significant investment for retrofitting. Technology maturity remains limited for breakthrough solutions such as carbon capture, which are still costly and not yet widely scalable. Access to finance remains a major barrier given the high upfront cost and long payback periods of low carbon technologies. Regulatory and market gaps, including the lack of standards and structured value chains, particularly for waste and low carbon materials, can hinder deployment. Last but not least, infrastructure constraints, especially for clean energy and CO2 management, limit large-scale implementation. To address these challenges, Morocco has adopted a phased approach by prioritizing readily available solutions such as energy efficiency, renewable energy, and fuel switching while preparing for future technologies. Strengthening policy alignment between NDC 3.0 and long-term strategies, which provides clear signals for investment. In addition, public-private partnerships and circular economy approaches, including waste management, waste valorization, have been key to accelerating progress. Finally, Morocco is advancing energy diversification, including renewables, electrification, and green hydrogen to support long-term industrial transformation. Our experience shows that overcoming these barriers requires predictable policies, adequate financing, infrastructure development, and enhanced international cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Morocco. And now we have our ENGO colleague, Bernd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, dear representatives of parties here. I've really enjoyed the discussion, very insightful comments, and it's a pleasure to be part of this dialogue. Again, I will share a few insights from a global perspective, not restricted to any specific geography. I think, I will stick to 3 points in this intervention. And also, of course, building on the wise words that have been said already. The first point is a kind of lack of an integrated approach. I think the hydrogen hype is a classical example. So one part of the chain may get kind of too much emphasis in the political debate. We need to see the whole value chain. We need the sequencing. Hydrogen is not the end product, as I think it was Namibia said very wisely in the morning. So hydrogen plants will be built when there are, for instance, green hydrogen DRI, steel iron-making plants planned and built. And in order to get hydrogen plants, we need the renewable power to feed them. And of course, electrolyzers. So we need to make the sequences right. And also a prioritization needs to be done on national level, perhaps even regional level. Because also producing hydrogen is very energy consuming. There's a limit to production of electricity, so we must prioritize to which specific sectors the hydrogen is needed. And that coordination, in that coordination, the governments must play a role. The second point is the lack of support from workers. It is a challenge in many places in the world, very understandably, since we need both reform of existing industries and also the green industry. Green industrialization will have the potential for new green works, but it will require reskilling and an integrated approach to just transition. A third point I want to raise here, it has already been mentioned in some intervention, is the lack of standards, or actually the diversity of standards in many cases. Again, steel being the prime example. And standards and, of course, taxonomies. So when we talk about low-emission steel, green steel, in different parts of the world, we refer to very different levels of emissions. So we need a focus on interoperability between standards and, in the long run alignment. And I'm also, of course, very happy that a lot of processes are already taking place within the action agenda, for instance, the steel standards principle being one example. So we need the global community to continue this effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernd. Okay, I don't see any more requests for the floor. Okay, Egypt. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, my laptop is charge is down, and I will read from my mobile. I will talk about four actually challenges that, like the first is the economic and financial barriers, and the second is the technical and infrastructure barriers. The third is regulatory and institutional barriers, and the fourth is market awareness barriers. And for the first one, as you know, the high upfront costs for the decarbonization in heavy industry like cement, steel, and fertilizer requires massive capital expenditure, and Egypt actually, to address this challenge, launched the CIF Industry Decarbonization Program, securing up $250 million in concessional financial. This blended finance model de-risks the private sector investment in high cost technologies like green hydrogen, and also we have the currency fluctuation. Devaluation has increased the cost of importing clean technology components, and we addressing this in prioritizing the localization of green technology manufactured like wind turbine and wind turbines, blades, and electrolyzer in the Suez Canal economic zone to reduce the dependence on the foreign currency. Related to the technical infrastructure barriers, the grid integration, the variable nature of the renewable energy like solar and wind can challenge the stability of the national grid. And we expanding its the smart grid infrastructure and high voltage transmission lines, such as the 3 gigawatt interconnection with Saudi Arabia. This creates a larger, more resilient market for surplus green energy. And related to the third, the regulatory and the institutional barriers, fragmented governance, mitigation efforts were historically within the Ministry of Environment. We working on, we have already the National Climate Change Strategy 2050, centralized the climate governance under the National Council of Climate Change. And related to the market awareness barriers, actually we have the industrial leader often fear that greening their operations will increase costs and reduce competitiveness. And the government is framing decarbonization as a market opportunity by aligning with Article 6 mechanism and the industrial transmission accelerator. Egypt demonstrated that green products like green steel or ammonia will actually command in like a primer in the global market and secure long-term experience. Yeah, this is my intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Egypt, for your intervention. Okay, we have no one else online? Okay. So I think we've come to the end of this session, and I'd really like to thank you for all those very interesting and rich interventions. I think what they have shown us is that there is significant effort going on around the world, a lot of common challenges, and hopefully this gives us opportunities to find solutions together. Tomorrow my co-chair and I will report back on the exchanges. We'll try to summarize this. It's not going to be an easy task, but we'll do our best to do so. So please, we urge you to be here on time tomorrow. We plan to start exactly at 9, so if you can be here by at least 8:45, which allows you some time to at least catch up with each other before we get started. And then after we have gone through the summary, any further reflections that you may have, you'll have an opportunity to share or reactions. And then we will continue into the next round of breakout discussions. So we will be starting promptly at 9 a.m. tomorrow. With that, I'd like to conclude this breakout group and once again thank all of you for all your interventions and inputs. Special thanks to our colleagues who joined us virtually in the middle of the night in other parts of the world. We really appreciate your commitment and dedication to this process. And with that, I'd like to wish you all a pleasant evening. Thank you.